Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Cycling Union and British Cycling, welcome to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester for day one of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Thank you for being part of the UCI World Cup, and we hope you have a great day and enjoy the track cycling. Now, we would ask you please to refrain from using flash photography. It is not permitted within the velodrome as a courtesy to the athletes, so please switch off the flash, not only in your camera please, but also on your telephone as well. Thank you for your cooperation on that one. And also ask you please not to put any items on the balustrade in front of you, particularly if you're sitting in the front row of seats, so that they don't fall onto the track and cause a hazard. The 2013-2014 UCI Track Cycling World Cup would like to thank its official sponsors. Tissot, official timekeeper of the Track Cycling World Cup and proud sponsor of the UCI events. We're also grateful for the support of British Cycling, Manchester City Council, UK Sport, Fiat, and Brother.
Ali, do you have me?
Welcome to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. This is the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, the first leg of 3 of this 2013-2014 season. So not only will all these wonderful riders be hoping to get themselves in front in the race for World Cup titles, they'll also be attempting to score vital qualifying points for the 2014 Track Cycling World Championships, which will be next year. So this is the first of a very important series of events here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. So very, very warm welcome. We hope you are taking your seats in comfort and are very much excited about what we have for you in this first session. The first session of 3 days of competition. So much to look forward to. We have a feast of world and Olympic champions in front of your very eyes. In fact, 19 people or teams who have won gold medals at the London 2012 Olympic Games or the 2013 World Championships in Minsk will be competing over the next 3 days. It all starts this morning with the team pursuit qualifying for both men and women. The women will be a very interesting opportunity for us to see the 16-lap 4-member team expansion that the team pursuit for women now has in track cycling. We'll also be seeing the qualifying for the team sprint and the first of 6 events that happens over the next 2 days for the Omnium in the men. The kind of decathlon or heptathlon, if you like, for track cycling. That's all to come up. We'll tell you a little bit more about how we can get you involved in the next 3 days in a moment. But first of all, I'd like you to join with me in thanking all those very, very important people who are going to make your experience of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup as smooth and as enjoyable as possible. They are the many volunteers who've given up their time for free to help you have a great time. So please, if you will, the first thing, just see and hear some great noise from the people who are in already. A round of applause, please, if you will, for all the volunteers. Let's hear it for the volunteers. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. It's nice to see you all in. Thank you indeed to the volunteers. You early visitors get the opportunity, the first opportunity to join us on Twitter. Hashtag TWC is what you need to include on your tweets. Over the next 3 days, if you're here for just this session or any of the other sessions, we'll be seeing some of the tweets that you put up on our big screen. And to do that, you need to include the hashtag TWC. You can also follow us on @TrackWorldCup or @BritishCycling, which will have a blog running through the entire 3 days of competition. Hashtag TWC. We'll be seeing some of those tweets coming up. So welcome to the Manchester Velodrome. This is the home of British cycling where world and Olympic champions hone their trade. The Great British Cycling Team, who are just over my right shoulder, not too many of them here yet, they are the people who are on home turf today, so they know what they're doing. And if you are from the local area, you'll know that this is a hub of sport in England, the UK, and indeed all of Europe and the world. So let's find out a little bit more about what's going on this weekend in particular right here in Manchester.
Has anything been dropped? I'm going to need to speak to Ali.
That's been dropped. That's been dropped. That's been dropped.
So we're straight in.
Okay, this will be quick. So we're very honoured to have a gentleman with us inside the velodrome that I would like to introduce you to now. You'll be very familiar with his broadcasting on BBC television over the years. He is a legendary broadcaster and commentator. It's a very good morning, almost afternoon, to Hugh Porter, who will be taking you through the races and the race commentary today. Hello Hugh, it's lovely to meet another Hugh.
Yeah, hi Hugh, good morning, how are you? Looking forward to 3 days of superb action, and we're going to see who are the likely contenders that are going to emerge, of course, at the end of the World Cup competitions and be in peak form for the World Championships.
Looking forward to it. Much more from Hugh as we continue. In fact, if you'd like to ask Hugh a question and plumb the depths of his expertise, just hashtag TWC, get involved on Twitter, and we'll be seeing some of those questions you have if we have a little moment to answer them. Hugh will be there to do that for you. Hashtag TWC, get involved on Twitter this afternoon.
Attention riders, can you now please clear the track? 10 minutes to the start of competition.
We're just a couple of moments away from racing. In fact, we are 6 or 7 minutes away. So I'm going to introduce you to what is a very, very important part of a lot of the races that you're going to be seeing in this first session of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester. It is, of course, the countdown clock, the timer that introduces you and the riders to the beginning of each and every race that requires it. It won't be there for every single one, but when it is there, you'll know that it is very important that they get a good start to their qualifying heat or their final. So it's very important that they're able to hear what the countdown clock does. It's not only numbers, it's also sounds. So let's see what happens when it goes down from 12 to 0. You'll hear the first beep at 10 and then 5 more beeps down to 0 when it goes from red to green. So that's when you make the famous Manchester Velodrome noise, but don't do it until you get to 0. It's very important that you're very quiet down those final seconds, and then when it gets to 0, from silence to a great amount of noise. Now, if you're a little bit forgetful, like me, then we'll put something up on the big screen to remind you that you need to be quiet. This is what you'll see before every race that has a countdown timer. Very helpfully, a shush will make you quiet, and then it will go down again. So let's practice. Let's hear you making some noise at 0, please. Make as much noise as you can at 0. Are you ready? Let's hear you. That's pretty good. I heard, though, that this place can lift the roof off. Not literally, because clearly that will ruin all the aerodynamics and all the temperature gauges that are in this place. But I've heard that you can make a lot of noise. So we're going to try it one more time. We'll count down to 0, be very quiet, and then at 0, make as much noise as you humanly can. We'll put something up on the big screen to see if you're noisy enough. So, with 5 minutes to go until racing, this is your last practice. Let's take the timer down one more time. So are you ready? At 0, make noise. Okay, come on everyone, let's hear your noise. We can have some noise in the building as much as we can all the way around. Keep it going. We'll see up on the big screen if you're going to be any big at that noise, because we will have a very, very special thing to register how loud you can be. That'll come up later. We're 5 minutes away from racing. Sit back, enjoy what we have in the first session of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup in Manchester.
And so to our first competitive action of this UCI Track Cycling World Cup. We begin with the men's team pursuit qualification round. 17 teams to take the start in this competition, and lining up in the home straight, they'll take the track individually for this qualification round will be the team of Kazakhstan. The riders representing Kazakhstan are Artem Zakharov, Nikita Panasenko, Robert Ganyev and Deas Omnizakov, the team of Kazakhstan. So the first team roll away from the start line, Kazakhstan, who will set the benchmark time for the rest of the teams to aim at. 17 teams in total in this qualification round. The fastest 4 teams will progress to the finals this evening. Of course, first and second fastest riding for gold and silver medals, and the third fastest and fourth fastest will ride for the bronze. Now, if you've not seen this event before, it's all about riding as close as you possibly can to the rider in front. And you'll note when they come out of the bankings, they change the rider on the front, so he gets a little bit of respite, and the next rider takes up the pacemaking. About a 30% advantage gained with in the slipstream of the rider in front. That's why they do swap around. Of course, every rider doing their turn on the front. Now, the team has to finish at least 3 riders to qualify a time, and it's the time of that third rider across the finish line which will give us the overall qualification time. The Kazakhstan team, well, they finished 13th overall in the World Championships in Minsk in Belarus this year, posting a time of 4:13.701 on that occasion. Now, what we'll do as we complete the first kilometre is flag up the times as the teams cross the finishing line at the completion of each of those kilometres, which will give us our time splits, an indication of how well they're progressing through the competition. As you saw, it was 1:06 on the board there as the Kazakhstan team went through. The big screen at the far end of the velodrome here, opposite our video screen, showing you a summary of the time as the riders go around the track. And of course, we'll round that up for you as the competition progresses and see who is in with a chance for a medal ride this evening. That final is the first event on this evening's programme. So moving well at the moment, the Kazakhstan team. One or two very talented riders amongst these 4, including the Omnium champion from the Asian Championships this year. That's Artem Zakharov, riding race number 23. And the Kazakhstan squad picking up a number of medals at those Asian cycling championships earlier this year. So this is a well-drilled squad, moving very smoothly. And you can see perfectly matched equipment, jerseys, helmets, everything planned out to absolutely deliver the best possible time at the finish line. And the coach at trackside, well, he's indicating to the riders how they're riding in comparison with a schedule that have calculated over many, many months of training. And of course, getting that changeover right is the key to this event. So the team of Kazakhstan are well into this now. We've got 1.5 kilometres to go. World record, incidentally, and was posted at the Olympic Games last year in London by the team of Australia, who will see, sorry, the team of Great Britain, it was, of course, who we'll see a little bit later, and the World Champions we'll see later. That, of course, was the team of Australia. So plenty of action and plenty of talent on the track in these 17 qualification rounds. 5 laps to go, as the Kazakhstan squad, still all 4 riders working well here. You might find that the team will lose their last man within the last lap or so. In fact, as I say, that's exactly what has happened. The last rider has swung off now, leaving 3 riders. Of course, now all 3 riders have to finish to post that all-important qualification time. You'll hear the bell with 1 lap to go in 750 metres time when the Kazakhstan riders start the final lap of this velodrome here, the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, host of the first round of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, and this the very first action of 3 days of what promises to be absolutely nail-biting action. So the final 2 laps, 3:41.673 at that point for Kazakhstan. And the bell, 1 lap to go, 250 metres. Now, as the riders approach the finish line this time, you'll see rather than this one behind the other, they will attempt to all cross the line across the width of the track. The reason for that, of course, the third man is the one who posts the time. So they want to get all 3 riders across the line together, just about doing that. So the Kazakhstan riders, the first team to finish the qualification round, 4:13.685 was the time posted by the team of Kazakhstan. So the second team to come to the start line is the first of our trade teams in these championships. I'll explain a little bit more about that for you in a moment, but the team coming to the start line now are the team of Lokosphinx, and the riders representing this squad are Kirill Sveshnikov, Archimedes Arguelles Rodriguez, Sergei Shilov and Dmitry Sokolov. The team of Lokosphinx, second team to go. So underway are the team of Lokosphinx. I mentioned in the introduction they are the first of our trade teams. We have, of course, nations and trade teams represented in these UCI World Cup events. So Lokosphinx, made up of these 4 riders here who are looking to better the time of Kazakhstan, the first team to go in this qualification round. Their target 4:13.669. That was the corrected time for the third man across the line for the team of Kazakhstan. And the first target, the completion of the opening kilometre, with 12 laps to go on the lap board, will be 1:06.500. That was the first kilometre split time for the Kazakhstan team, of course, who were first to go. So the Lokosphinx squad well into their first kilometre. In fact, we're just about a lap away from that first intermediate check. And a little bit of a slow change though. They changed as they went into the banking, which is a little bit unusual. They normally do it as they come off the bend and going into the back straight, so a little bit difficult to get back into line as you go around the banking, but they're still moving well here, and we'll be seeing that first kilometre split time for the team of Lokosphinx. The big screen at the far end of the track between corners 3 and 4 showing you the comparison between Kazakhstan and Lokosphinx at the same point in the competition. Lokosphinx a little bit slower at the moment as they settle into their rhythm here. A little bit of a gap between man 4 and the rest of the team. He'll close that down, but that's, as I mentioned earlier in the first qualification round, it's all about staying as close as you can to the wheel of the rider in front and timing those changes to perfection. Teams spend many hours practicing this, just getting that change absolutely right, so no momentum is lost as the lead rider swaps position and drops to the back of the string. So Lokosphinx still second fastest at this stage. We'll be heading towards the completion of the second kilometre. In fact, just past that point, and they have actually picked the pace up a little here. So the schedule that the coach and the riders will have worked out over those many months of training Don't want to go away too fast because you might find yourself burnt out before the final passage of the finish line. So even though a team may start more slowly than the team who've gone before them, they may well have a schedule that determines their pace lifts in the closing kilometre or so. And the Loco Sphinx squad here, still all 4 riders. Remember, they can afford to lose man 4, but they'll try and hang on as long as possible to gain maximum advantage from that aerodynamic formation they're in. So they've surpassed the pace of Kazakhstan as they lose their 4th rider. And they lose that 4th rider with still a kilometre to go. 4 laps of this National Cycling Centre track here in Manchester, which has hosted so many rounds of the UCI World Cup in years gone by, World Championships as well. And the team of Loco Sphinx, 2nd of the 17 teams in this qualification round. And looking good to post a new fastest time. But it's vital, of course, those remaining 3 riders keep this pace going over the final 500 metres. They've got 2 laps to go now. It's Kirill Sveshnikov, the man who led them through the line that time. Now he slots on to the 3rd position. And again, the pace continues. Bit of bell this time for the trade team of Loco Sphinx. A little bit of a gap to man 3 now. Remember, he is the critical man here because that's the rider on whom the timing will be based, so he needs to close up as they go down the back straight. Loco Sphinx round the final bend and approaching the finish line to complete their qualification time. And we'll confirm that for you. 4:14.340. Well, they just slipped off the pace a little in the closing stages there, just finishing a little slower than Kazakhstan. At one point they were ahead. It's Loco Sphinx 4:14.340 at the completion of the 2nd qualification round. Well, we'll just correct that for you. Our result system has just rejigged the qualification times. I did think Loco Sphinx had posted a faster time than Kazakhstan. That's now confirmed. So following an adjustment, the qualification time for Loco Sphinx is 4:05.710. So that puts them into top spot and Kazakhstan in 2nd place. So our next team to come to the track are the team of South Africa, and the riders taking the start here. Evan Carstens, Callan Duvris, Nolan Hoffman and Turns van der Bank. The team of South Africa, the 3rd team in this qualification round. Now it's interesting to note as the South African teams depart from the start line, you've noted they lined up next to each other on the start line, whereas the preceding 2 teams had lined up at a 45-degree angle. They are at liberty to choose which formation they wish to adopt. Of course, the advantage of that 45-degree angle is that it lessens the possibility of a false start, which would be called if one of the other 3 riders who weren't in the gate were to cross the line ahead of the man who starts in that starting gate. So it's all important to get the start right, and the man in the gate has to lead them away from the line. So South Africans well underway, and our big screen showing that the pace is already faster than the current leaders. The South Africans here, one of their riders in this team pursuit squad, taste of the action at the Revolution event here, which took place last weekend, to open up our winter of track cycling across the velodromes here in the United Kingdom. Of course, the one here at Manchester is now just part of a great network we have of 250-metre indoor velodromes, including Glasgow, which saw the last round of the World Cup hosted here in the United Kingdom last November. And of course, looking forward, of course, to the reopening of the Olympic Velodrome in London next year, which begins with another Revolution event in March, and is no doubt going to host major championships beyond that as well. So really is a great selection of velodromes for the riders to contest here in Great Britain, and different competition venues. All the tracks at the same length, but the actual character of the track does vary across various velodromes around the UK. The one here in Manchester is the oldest, of course, built originally for the Commonwealth Games back in 2002, but opening back in 1994 when Manchester were trying to gain the opportunity to host the Olympic Games. So this track here, designed by Ron Webb, and the riders comment very frequently that it's one of the fastest tracks in the world. We've seen many world records established here. And the team of South Africa, well, their main priority at the moment is to post the fastest qualification time of the two teams who've completed the distance so far. Their objective, of course, top 4 placings will get to the medal rides this evening. At the moment they're running second fastest, completion of the second kilometre. They post a time of 2:10.680. It's a little slower than the pace of Kazakhstan. Our results computer showing the time of Locus Sphinx still the fastest. We still wait actual confirmation of that. The split time is not in front of us for the team of Locus Sphinx, so we will try and catch up on exactly what happened in that one. But South Africa, important point at the moment, are running second fastest, 2:10.680, the halfway point. They're approaching completion of the third kilometre. It's 1 lap away from that. Still all 4 riders working well. Although, again, the change a little bit hampered by the fact that we're in the centre of the banking between corners 1 and 2. Incidentally, if we do refer to the various corners on the track, just to help you, if you're not familiar with the parlance of track cycling, corner 1 is the first corner they come to after leaving the start line. Corner 2, just adjacent to our big video screen, under the lottery-funded UK Sport logo. Corner 3, adjacent to the South Bank Grill, and corner 4, the final corner before the riders reach the finish line in the home straight. So South Africa lose man 4 with 2 laps to go. 3:15.259, still running second fastest behind the pace that we have on our screen of Kazakhstan, 3:10.385 for the Kazakhstan team at that point. I'm still not convinced the Locus Sphinx time we have was accurate, so we'll hopefully be able to confirm that for you as competition progresses. But the important thing now is there's 1 lap to go for the team of South Africa. Final encouraging word from the coach as they pass him at the finish line. And the riders now lining themselves up, ready for that final turn into the finishing straight, and their hope to post a faster time than Kazakhstan. Man 3 on the outside is the one who will determine the time. Our scoring showing that they post a time of 4:19.408, which again very much calls into doubt that official time shown on our system of Locus Sphinx. We'll hopefully be able to qualify that for you later. But the time for South Africa, 4:19.408, and our screen graphic still showing Locus Sphinx as the fastest in 4:05.710. So the 4th qualification round coming to the track now, and it is the team of Belarus, the riders taking the start here. Ahivich, Anton Muzenchinkin, Serhij Papok and Bronislaw Samilo, the team of Belarus. So the Belarusian squad underway. The nation, of course, who hosted the World Track Championships earlier this year in February in the National Cycling Arena in Minsk. And the Belarusian squad on that occasion, well, they posted the 15th fastest qualification time in that men's team pursuit qualification round. 4:16.278 was the qualification time for Belarus in the World Championships. And one of the riders in this squad was in that team who competed in their home nation in February. Alai Ahajevich, who was rider number 43 in this four-man lineup from Belarus. So Loco Sphinx still shown as the fastest team, so we will go with that. 4:05.710 the target. 4:13.669 for Kazakhstan, 4:19.408 for South Africa. Remember, there are 17 teams in total in this qualification round. They are seeded from their positions in those World Championships earlier this year. And the reigning champions, of course, the team of Australia, will be the last team to go of the 17. The fastest four will progress to tonight's finals for the gold, silver and bronze medals. So the opening kilometre for the team of Belarus, 1:06.751. That's on the pace of the team of Kazakhstan. Very similar time to the Kazakhstan team. The second fastest at the moment, the Belarusians, with still a substantive part of this team pursuit match to go. Of course, when we come to the finals this evening, we'll have two teams on the track riding against each other. The qualification round is always conducted as a lone effort for each team. The machinery here the rider's using to gain the maximum aerodynamic advantage, and that is the twin disc wheels. The very aerodynamic helmets and even the technology used in the skin suits the riders wear is developed to the point to reduce the drag and to make them move around this track as fast as possible. However, there are regulations which do apply to the equipment that's used, and the riders' bikes are subject to a bike check before every round of competition to ensure that they meet the parameters for the distance between the handlebars and the seat, and indeed for the weight. There's a minimum weight for a track bike of 6.8 kilograms. So if you're looking down into the track centre and you notice our officials weighing the bikes, that's the purpose of that, to ensure the bike is actually at the minimum weight, or of course it can be heavier, but certainly no lighter than 6.8 kilograms. So the team of Belarus at the second kilometre split, 2:06.912, still running second fastest. That world record time posted by Great Britain at the Olympic Games last August, 3:51.659. And of course, as we're midway between Olympic cycles, many of the teams, many of the nations are starting to bring in new riders who will have the potential to take medals when we reach the Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. It's the beginning of a new Olympic development cycle. One or two riders, of course, having retired following the London Olympic Games. So many of the teams, a mix of experience and some younger riders who are being brought into the squad. 2 laps to go for Belarus. They're down to the final 3 riders, all of whom have to complete the distance to record the time. At the start of the final kilometre, they were running at 3:07.764. 1 lap to go for Belarus. Just a little bit of daylight to man 3. He'll need to close up to his colleagues as they come off that final banking, because of course he is the man who will determine their finishing time. Belarus run to the line, and he's a little further behind than they'd have liked, but the time for Belarus, they qualify second fastest in a time of 4:09.799. So we welcome to the track now the fifth team to take the start in this men's team pursuit qualification round. It is the team of China, and the riders representing China here are Wei Liu, Ji Wang, Zhandi Wang and Zhangwei Zheng, the team of China. So away from the line, team of China, fifth of the 17 teams in this team pursuit qualification round. And a slight delay before the countdown started. If you're curious as to when the countdown actually starts, it's when the bike of the rider who starts in the gate is actually secured in the gate. You'll notice the trackside commissaire holds up a bat to indicate to the starters in the middle of the track that the countdown shall begin. And then the team have 50 seconds to get ready, make sure all the riders are prepared to depart from the line when that countdown that Hugh Farris talked you through a little earlier is completed. So the team of China, they finished in 10th place in the World Championships in Minsk in Belarus this year. This is an all change for the Chinese team. None of these riders here rode in that World Championship lineup earlier in the year. And the time on that occasion was 4:09.998. Let me just tidy up for you the qualification time so far. There was a little bit of uncertainty regarding the pace of Loco Sphinx. Our result system not showing the time splits to confirm the time, but now it is. So let me just confirm for you. Loco Sphinx are the leaders in a time of 4:05.729. Belarus lies second in 4:09.799. Kazakhstan third, 4:13.669. And in fourth place, South Africa in 4:19.409. So that's how we stand after the completion of the first four rounds. Meanwhile, the team of China are in fourth fastest position at the completion of the opening kilometre, posting a time of 1:07.610. So the Chinese team moving down the back straight, red and yellow colours, very recognisable. All four riders still in good formation. Lead man swings up, slots into the position behind man 3, and we'll just try and close that little half-wheel gap that's open to maintain the order and the closeness to the man in front. This is all about gaining famous expression that's been used by coaches, particularly for the Great Britain team, marginal gains. Every little thing counts in shaving those milliseconds off the times, and that's how we see world records continue to tumble over the years as technology, within the regulations of course, improves, and the training of the riders. But fourth man of China did not get on the wheel that time, and with 5 laps to go, China are down to 3 riders. At the moment they're running in fourth fastest time at the 2 kilometre point. They posted 2:09.414. That compares with 2:03.237 for Locust Sphinx at the same point in their ride. So work to do here for China in the closing stages. Remember, only the 4 fastest teams will progress to the finals this evening. So all 3 riders here need to complete the distance. Man 4 just rolling around the bottom of the track, just keeping an eye on the rest of the team. Coach also at trackside with a stopwatch. Various different techniques employed by coaches to indicate to the riders the schedule they should be following. But man 3 here has let the wheel go. Now this is a problem for China. He needs to regain the other 2 riders, and the coach will have advised them of the situation. It's no good the lead rider heading off at great pace, because it's man 3 who will record the time for China. Also making contact with the sandbags as they came around corner 4. 1 lap to go. China in a little bit of disarray here with their lead rider. He's left his teammates behind, and now man 3 has lost the wheel of man 2. Remember, it is the 3rd rider who will record the time. China were 4th fastest in 3:12.847 with a kilometre to go. First rider's across the line. However, we're looking at man 3 to stop the clock for China, and he's there now in a time of 4:19.557. Well, that ragged final kilometre for China has been a disadvantage for them. They post the slowest time so far in this qualification round, 4:19.557. So the 6th team to take to the start line here are the squad of Italy, taking the lineup: Elia Viviani, Liam Bertazzo, Mocco Coladan, and Michele Scartazzini, the team of Italy. So a somewhat redesigned team stroke for the Italians this year for the World Cup. A little bit more white in the colours of the Italian strip than we've been accustomed to in years gone by. The Italian squad underway. 3 of these riders rode in the Italian team who competed in the World Championships in Minsk in Belarus earlier in the year. The new man on this squad, well, he's a rider who's had a very successful season, in particular on the road. The rider we introduced to you first, Elia Viviani, was the winner of the first stage of the Tour of Britain cycle race this year, which both myself and my co-commentator Hugh Porter were privileged to work on again this year. A superb race, and Viviani took their first victory when the race went from Peebles to Drumlanrig Castle in Scotland. So Elia Viviani had a good season on the road. He's also a rider who's tasted success very recently in the European Track Championships, winning the points race and also taking the gold medal in the Madison, along with his teammate here, Liam Bertazzo. So they were the medalists in the Madison in the European Team Championships a little couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago in fact, I should say, for the Italian team. So good form in this squad, and at the first kilometre completed, 1:05.686 was the time for Italy. Still Loco Sphinx with that comfortably fastest time, 4:05.729. The nearest challengers at the moment, Belarus in 4:09.799. The pace of Italy, second fastest at completion of that opening kilometre. 10 laps to go on the lap board. Our lap board operator there swings the lap board around so the team can glance across the track as they go down the back straight to determine how many laps there are to go. Of course, when we come to the finals later and the two teams on the track, that glance across the track will also determine how they're going in comparison to their opponents. But the solo rides for the qualification round, it literally is 4 men against the clock to post the fastest time. Incidentally, I mentioned my co-commentator Hugh Porter. He will be taking up the commentary reins in a few moments when we move further into this qualification round. Just deep in the books at the moment, compiling his notes. Meanwhile, the team of Italy still moving well. Always a well-drilled squad, the Italian team, but they do need to lift the pace to challenge the current fastest teams in the world. So particularly Australia and Great Britain, the old rivals, and we'll be seeing them towards the latter part of this qualification for tonight's finals. So the second kilometre was posted in 2:05.828, so still second fastest for Italy. They're maintaining the pace they established virtually when they departed from the start line. But their coach might well be indicating to them, indeed he is, by means of modern technology. It's like a tablet device there with the time displayed. Coaches will often walk the line as well, so they will tend to stand in a position relative to the opposing team when we come to the finals, so the riders can judge that as well. So Italy down to 3 riders remaining for the final handful of laps. The man who has been dropped from the Italian outfit is Michele Scartazzini. He was one of the riders who made up that World Championship team in Belarus. 4:07.793 incidentally was the time posted by Italy in the qualification round at the World Championships. So it's down to the final 3 here. Viviani, Bertazzo and Coladan to bring this one home for Italy. In comparison to the Chinese team in the last heat, this is the way you finish, with virtually the riders adjacent to each other. And that time of 4:08.224 for Italy gives them second fastest and displaces Belarus down to third. So Italy 4:08.224. So we welcome now to the track the 7th team to take the start in this qualification round. It's another trade team. This is the ISD track team. The riders representing this team are Vitaly Popkov, Vladimir Zeus, Ilya Klepikov and Maxim Vasilyev, the team of ISD track team. So ISD underway. Still comfortably the fastest, Loco Sphinx, the other trade team we've seen so far. Of course, the team who went off second in this qualification round, 4:05.729 was their time. That's proving difficult to beat at the moment. The nearest team some 3 seconds in arrears, setting in place for Italy, who we just saw in the preceding qualification round. Belarus lying third in 4:09.799, and Kazakhstan currently lying fourth in 4:13.669. But of course, still a long way to go in this qualification round. Just the fastest 4 teams will progress further in this competition and will ride for the medals this evening. So the ISD track team, after departing from the line, Manfort just took a moment or two to get onto the pace of the other 3 riders, but they're now working more smoothly and maintaining that almost but not quite touching contact. And it really is great skill required to peel off the front and drop back in without any disadvantage. As I've reflected earlier in commentary, but it is worth reinforcing. If you ever get the opportunity perhaps to call into the National Cycling Centre here in Manchester while the Great Britain team are training every single day of the week, the riders from the various squads are on the track here, honing their form and their technique, and to watch the team in training, practicing those changes. Quite often they'll have more than 4 riders. In fact, teams have several reserve riders that they might want to slot into these team pursuit squads, and sometimes you'll see all 6 riders all practicing together, so you have a 6-man team changing on the track, though of course that's not reflected in competition. But with still 8 laps to go, a gap at the back for the ISD track team. Manfort has got back onto the pace, but the first sign of a little bit of a struggle there to maintain the speed of the other 3 riders. Now they've regained their composure. At the halfway point, they posted a time of 2:05.437, second fastest at that stage, just marginally off the pace that we saw from Italy, but still 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres before we have the confirmation of the time for the ISD track team. This is heat 7, remember there are 17 qualification heats in total. So just the 2 trade teams represented amongst those 17 rounds, and it's still Loco Sphinx who have that advantage at the top of the table in 4:05.729. Down to 3 riders now for ISD track team with 1 kilometre to go. So vital, of course, that these 3 remaining riders stay together. Vitaly Popkov just on the back there. And the man they have shared in the closing stages, Ilya Klepikov. So Popkov, Zeus and Vasilyev are the 3 riders remaining. And they will see 2 laps to go, 500 metres of this track here at the National Cycling Centre. So man 3, of course, is the critical component in the team when they reach these final few metres. The bell and 250 metres to go. Vasilyev is the man who was at the back there. Now he comes to the front for the final run to the line. They'll break that formation and try to cross the line adjacent to each other, which they do. That was a good finish for ISD track team. And that gives them the 3rd fastest qualification time at this stage of the competition. Very close to Italy, just slightly behind. 4:08.964 is the qualification time for the team of ISD track team. So on the track now, the 8th team to take the start are the team of the Netherlands. Representing the Netherlands, Tim Velt, Dion Bakkeboom, Roy Efting and Jenning Huizenga, the team of Netherlands. So the squad in orange and white, a little bit of blue, team of the Netherlands, got those orange colours readily identified with the Dutch squad. And these 4 riders setting off to try and post the fastest time. The time they've got to beat, a good one by Loco Sphinx, 4:05.729. Loco Sphinx and Centre were fastest at every point during the course of their qualification ride. Whereas team ranked 2nd at the moment, Italy, just picked up the pace in the final kilometre. They're actually ranked 3rd up until the final kilometre, so sometimes a team who don't necessarily seem to start as fast as you might expect will pick up the pace in the final run to the line, and that improved the position of Italy into 2nd, ahead of ISD track team who currently lie 3rd. So the team of the Netherlands, including the rider Tim Velt, who is no stranger to these boards here at Manchester, having competed in World Cups, World Championships and indeed in the Revolution events as well. He's a multiple Dutch national champion on the track. That's all the disciplines really, the kilometre time trial, individual pursuits, stretch race, point race. So he's a very talented all-round rider, and that's reflected by his silver medal and the Omnium in the European Track Championships this year, just a couple of weeks ago. So Tim Velt riding race number 26 on this team from the Netherlands. So at the completion of their opening kilometre, their 2nd fastest, 1:04.716, just 0.2 of a second behind the pace of Loco Sphinx at the completion of the first 4 laps. Now I did mention before that bike checks are carried out before the start of competition, and you will notice the riders occupying that very stretched out position, but how much they can be stretched out is regulated even I should say, by those rules to determine how far ahead of the front of the saddle the tip of the handlebars are. It's to avoid the situation we had many years ago when we had some pretty extreme positions, so the rules require that riders meet those parameters. But of course it's the lower you can be is the more advantage added to the aerodynamics from the wheels and the helmets and all the other technology on offer here. But of course the objective at the end of this is to post the fastest qualification time. At the halfway point, well, the Netherlands are still on course, 2:03.354. That's just a couple of hundredths of a second now slower than Loco Sphinx. This is looking good for Netherlands. This heat 8 of the 17 that will make up this qualification round. And in order to get yourself a medal ride this evening, already you know you have to go faster than 4:09.799, which is the time of the current 4th ranked team Belarus. Only 4 teams within that 4-minute 10-second boundary so far. But as I mentioned earlier, you will see the pace gradually increase, I suspect, based on the seedings of the positions in last year's World Championships. Netherlands are down to their 3 riders now with 3 laps to go. Brightly coloured shoes of the lead rider, and you will see shoe colours now because overshoes are no longer permitted on indoor track events such as this one. The man they have lost was the man we mentioned earlier, Tim Velt, number 26. So that leaves Bakkeboom, Efting and Huizenga to complete the distance and to record the time for Netherlands. 1 lap to go when they come to the home straight this time, and at the completion of that 3rd kilometre they've gone into the lead position, 3:02.730. So we will see new leaders at the completion of this ride. Netherlands are just half a lap away. 4:05.729 is their target to beat. Here come the Dutch squad across the line in close formation, and that gives them a new fastest time, 4:03.033. The new leaders of this qualification round are the team of Netherlands. So we welcome onto the track now the 9th team to take the start. It's the team of New Zealand, the Olympic bronze medalists. Representing New Zealand here, we have Peter Bulling, Shane Archbold, Dylan Kennett and Mark Ryan. So the Kiwis roll away from the line. Can they overhaul that time of the Netherlands? To talk you through this one, we bid a very good morning to Hugh Porter.
Thank you very much indeed, Carl, and well done for guiding us through the early rounds. This is Heat 9, as you said, Heat 9 of 17. Now, over the years, New Zealand have had quite a medal success in team pursuiting. They got the bronze in London, and they got the bronze in Beijing in the Olympic Games, and they've also been on the bronze medal position 3 times at the World Championships, 2009, 10 and 12. Quite an accomplished outfit, the New Zealanders. They trained down there in Invercargill at the southern tip of the lower island of New Zealand. I went to watch them once training there, and they are a very, very determined outfit. So Bulling, Archbold, Kennett and Ryan trying to rejig the standings here. The Netherlands currently leading on 4:03.03. Archbold, silver medal winner in the Omnium Championships, and Mark Ryan also a medal winner as well in team pursuing. Opening kilometre then, the third quickest so far, 1:05.227. So New Zealand with a little bit of work to do here, as the fastest opening kilometre we have had so far is by the Russian sponsored team of Loco Sphinx, and that's 1:04.534. All about timing your effort here. No good delivering maximum in the early stages, and they do look a well-drilled outfit at the moment, the Russians. World record, of course, standing to Great Britain, stunning time, stellar performance then in London when they clinched the gold medal of 3:51.659. Time taken always, of course, on the third man across the line, as Carl has reminded you during the earlier heats. This is the first of the World Cup. They're off to Mexico for the second round, the third yet to be decided. It's all part of the preparation for the World Championships that will eventually take place in Colombia, later, of course, in the track season. So we're into the third kilometre now. They've moved up to third overall at the moment, 2:04.170 for kilometre number 2. So into the second half. Now this is the time really to tickle the pedals and just get the tempo raised a tad if they want to threaten that leading time of the Netherlands on 4:03.033. Netherlands who won a bronze medal in the Olympic Games many years ago, but that's about their only claim to fame in Olympic history of the team pursuit, the Netherlands. They've had one or two very good points race riders, Madison there of course, and scratch race, but in the team pursuit it's one of the disciplines that they've never really got a hold of, the Netherlands. Right, 3/4 point, yep, they're moving sweetly here, 3:03.6 on the 3 kilometre marker, so they're riding to a very nice schedule here, and it's now well within their compass to take the lead from the Netherlands. All about the final 1,000 metres. All still together, the Kiwis. Back straight, closing stage is unfolding. Coming up to the line for the 500 metre marker. Are they going to become the new leaders? We've still got one or two of the hot teams still to come. They shed a man, but that's perfect. That's the ideal time to drop a man. He's committed himself fully to keeping the tempo high, and we're into the final lap now. They're still shy of the time of the Netherlands by 0.2 of a second, so if it remains like this, it looks like the team of New Zealand are going to pop themselves into second position. Here comes the blanket finish up to the line. Let's have a look at their finishing time. Wow! Second then for New Zealand, 4:03.109, very close to the Netherlands, just 0.1 slower, so it's still the Netherlands leading from New Zealand.
So next on the track, the 10th team in this qualification round for the men's team. So it's the team of Switzerland taking the start here. Olivier Beer, Sylvain Dillier, Claudio Imhoff and Loic Padizzolo, the team of Switzerland.
So a 10th team gets underway, Switzerland. Now Switzerland were 8th in the World Championships earlier this year in Minsk, and they are a nation of course that excel on the road, very polished when it comes to mountain bike and cyclocross, but when it comes to team pursuing they've yet really to find a quartet that can hit the podium positions. So settling down there nicely to the rhythm here, the quartet from Switzerland. Sadly now, because of the depletion of most of the disciplines in the Olympic Games, the individual blue ribbon event, the 4,000 metre individual pursuit, has been dropped. It only takes place in the Omnium, so the blue ribbon event now is a team race, which is the team pursuit. That quickest opening kilometre of 1:04.5 still stands to that Russian trade team of Lokovninks. We're still waiting to see anybody shaving that. We've yet to get to the seeded squad, so we expect that to fall then. And it's 5th quickest for the first 4 laps for Switzerland on 1:05.6. Just in case you're watching team pursuing for the first time, you need immense confidence in the rider in front when you follow so closely. And they spend a lot of time, of course, drilling, doing the laps and the changes to give them that confidence. And you can see the minuscule amount that each rider trails the other. And that's why occasionally at such high speeds, and we don't want any here, you do get the touch of wheels and the odd crash. It's also one of those disciplines where, of course, you can use twin disc wheels. You would never see that when you're riding on an outdoor track because of the wind, giving you problems in the steering. But of course here it is quite acceptable. Second kilometre split coming up here. Fastest we've had, 2:03.2. And they're there in 2:06. They're on the 6th time at the moment. So they're running on a very similar time to Belarus, who closed out with a 2:09. And of course, when you see that jersey, the red with that white cross on it, immediately reminds you of the very talented rider Fabian Cancellara, who is probably the greatest rider in the world. But of course, that's where he excels on the road, although I'd love to see that man attack the hour record. Who knows if he will eventually set himself up for a tilt at the most coveted of all the records. It'll be the 3/4 split this time for Switzerland. Here they come. And I can tell you it's a 3:06.5. So they're currently lying 5th, and the 3:06.5 is running them, as I said, on a similar time to Belarus. If they carry on at this kind of pace, they're going to be on a long 8 or a 9, so that's where they're going to get slotted into the overall standings. Still a long way to go, and quite a few of the seeded teams are just now getting themselves ready. We've got Germany to come, Russia, Denmark, Great Britain, of course, and Australia. So the leaderboard's going to get severely rejigged before we get to the medal contest. Down to 3, the traditional shedding of the man, and the trio of survivors get the bell. 1 to go. Just look at the technique of the finish. They call it the blanket finish, so they all cross the line almost together, because remember that time taken on the wheel of the third man. And they finish off on a 4:05.5. So Switzerland, with that ride, polished ride, very well measured, pops them into 3rd position at the moment.
Absolutely, Hugh. And just to confirm the top 4 places at this stage of the competition, the fastest team, the Netherlands, 4:03.033. New Zealand lies second in 4:03.109. Switzerland, as you've just seen, posting 4:05.548. And the 4th fastest team, the original leaders, the second team who went away in this qualification round, Loco Sphinx, in 4:05.729.
Don't start singing, okay? Just don't start singing, okay? That will draw the line at that. Ready to go for the entrance, 36 seconds to go.
So we welcome onto the track now the team of Belgium. And representing Belgium we have Jasper de Bust, Kenny de Ketele, Moreno de Pau and Jonas Ricard. The team of Belgium, the 11th team to go in this qualification round.
Those famous colours of Belgium, the pale blue with those bands around the middle, the black, yellow and red. Another nation that over the years have produced some sensational bike riders on the road, in the classics, and brilliant 6-day riders. But here again, the team pursued discipline, one that's deserted them. Let's see what Belgium can post. They were 7th in the World Championships earlier this year in Minsk, just 1 ahead of the previous squad. of Switzerland. Nice style from the Belgian team. Just look at the execution of the changes. It's all about just measuring your angle for when you dip and dive to the back. This is the first kilometre for Belgium. 7th for them then. It's a 1:05 and it's a long 5 actually. So no doubt they'll be on the schedule from the coach track side. One more to go to the halfway point. And you can see the coach is just about 50 metres beyond the line. Just telling them whether or not they're on the schedule that he requires or he's set out for them. Midway point, 2:05.2, so that's a full spot for them at the moment. They're running on a time of New Zealand actually there. New Zealand were there in 2:04.1. Just to reiterate the lineup again for the Belgian team, it's De Boist, De Ketelaere, De Pauw and Rickert. De Ketelaere, a very good marathon and points race rider. And the way the programme is pitched, it gives them an opportunity probably to compete in more than one discipline. So Belgium already have lost one rider here, and that is Rickert. Rickert is the man that has been lost. They're down to 3 as they come up to the 3 kilometre point, and the 3 kilometre point gives them a time of 3:05.7. So they're still running 4th at the moment. So Belgium at the moment just to team themselves up for the possibility of getting 4th in the standings here. And that means with a time of 3:05 at the 3 kilometre point, they're going to push Switzerland down by a place. Final lap for Belgium.
Yeah, well, as soon as the heats have started, that's a good time, so.
You mean once the
Clock continues to tick. No, they've slowed here. They've slowed in the concluding stages. And the time for Belgium is 4:07.648, which means they run out 5th at the moment. If they could have just maintained that in the concluding kilometre, they would have been into 4th position. Instead of that, they've gone down by a spot, and they are 5th with that closing time of 4:07.648.
So of course that's not affected the top 4 places, the teams who are vying for the medal rides this evening. Still Netherlands top the qualification table at the moment, 4:03.033, with New Zealand just behind in 4:03.109.
Ali, if you want me to have it that close, could you just take it down a tad in my cams? It's a bit loud if you want. Thanks. Thank you.
So taking to the track next, the 12th team to go in this qualification round, and it's the team of Germany. Representing the German squad here, we have Theo Reinhardt, Henning Bommel, Lukas Liss and Kirsten Thiel.
Germany roll away here. Brand new lineup to me, this one. Reinhardt, Bommel, Liss and Thiel. Over the years, Germany have been a phenomenal... Oh, we have a problem here. Hand up. Yeah, it's in the regulation distance as well, so Carl, they'll be giving a restart.
Absolutely, Hugh. Well, if the team have a problem in the first half lap, then the heat will be brought to a halt, as you saw, by the firing of the gun, and they will get an opportunity, a second and final opportunity to record a time. So, problem there for the German team. The commissaires will just check out what the problem was and whether the team can take the start again immediately, or whether they'll go a little bit later in this qualification round.
Two chances to record the time. Yeah, yeah.
Standing by.
So as the German team just sort themselves out for a restart of their qualifying for the men's team pursuit, just a reminder that you can get involved on Twitter this afternoon. All you need to do is add the hashtag TWC. That's hashtag TWC. If you look at the big screen, you may well see your tweet from earlier, top British athletes to look out for. That might be a question for Hugh and Carl up in the box. We'll certainly hear from them throughout the afternoon. You can no doubt include the men's team pursuit, who will be going second from last in this qualifying session. More on them in just a moment, but hashtag TWC is what you need to do as you add that to your Twitter messages. Up to Carl.
Okay, so the German team retake the start. Remember, this is their second and final opportunity to record a time, so just a quick reminder of the riders lined up here. Theo Reinhardt, Henning Bommel, Lucas Liss and Kirsten Thiel.
Well, they're all set to go for the second time. As Carl said, if they had a fault this time, they would be DQ'd. You can only have two problems. Not quite sure what was wrong there, whether the wheel had been pulled. Certainly wasn't a puncture because the rider rode around comfortably. So back to what I was saying when they rolled away for the first time. Germany, one of the nations when it comes to team pursuiting over the years. I mean, the team pursuiting kicked off back in 1962 on those lovely speedy boards of the Vigorelli in Milan, and they were the world champions then, and they've actually hit the top spot on the podium 11 times. Great Britain fell foul to the Germans in the world titles in San Sebastian in 1973, when Great Britain should have been crowned the gold medal winners because they were first. Germany crashed in the closing lap, and you have to finish three riders, but Great Britain elected to just take the sporting award at the time, and I think they probably regretted it a little later. Right, here we are. This is the first kilometre for Germany. Let's have a look at this. Well, 10th, that's a surprise, isn't it? A 1:07.003. So Germany, who at one point were the nation for team pursuing, have certainly, well, lost their way a little bit in this discipline, and they're always looking for polished juniors that are coming through and starting to get squads that'll post the times that they're after. They've also been the Olympic champions on several occasions as well.
Well, Hugh, if you recall our Twitter question a few moments ago, and folks, if you want to get involved, remember it's hashtag TWC. We're asking about who we think may be the British riders to look out for. This is the first real battle here between Australia and Great Britain. Both riders, both teams have taken medals in the past, but the Australians came on top last time round. But don't forget the women's team suit came out a little later, and Great Britain not only the champions, but also the world record holders for that discipline, so that might be a tasty competition to look forward to a little bit later, but plenty of great action at this World Cup for Great Britain, and indeed all of the other nations, the 34 nations competing here in Manchester.
Absolutely. Let me just confirm that Germany have slipped, they've gone up a place, my apologies, they're on 2:07 now, but this really is a time of mediocrity for Germany with the pedigree they have. Certainly not going to disturb the top spots, believe me, as we get nearer and nearer to the seeded squads. It almost seems harsh, doesn't it, to pressurise a team that's on the track when they are not getting up there amongst them. But when, over the years, as I've been fortunate enough to watch Germany, it does seem strange to see them down in the lower echelons of the qualification times. Coming up to the 3 kilometre point. Currently lying 9th at the moment after 500 metres, after 2,000 metres. Let's have a look at the time. Well, they're 8th on 3:06.8. So they're likely to be pressurising Belarus at the moment, who closed out with a 4:09. One or two handy teams to come after this. The next squad to follow Germany are going to be Russia, and I can imagine that the leaderboard could get rejigged there with a squad from Russia. Down to 3. 500 metres to go for Germany. And the rider dropping off there is Kirsten Thiel. And they're going to get the bell this time. Here are the trio of survivors then for Germany. Rider on the front really burying himself here to pull his two teammates along. Up to the line, and there's the time, 4:06.270. So they finished 5th. Germany pushing one or two of the others down, but it's 5th spot at the moment for Germany.
And that won't secure the German spot for a medal ride this evening. Still the top 4 countries and teams, Netherlands, New Zealand, Switzerland, Locus sphinx the order as we move into the final few rounds of this competition, and it will be the 13th heat next on the track. So as mentioned, the 13th heat, will it be lucky for Russia? The riders taking the start here are Ivan Kovalev, Artur Urshov, Evgeny Kovalev and Alexander Serov, the team of Russia.
So Russia roll away, the 13th team of 17 in this time trial qualification round. Let me just reiterate the rules. It is the quickest 4 that go into tonight's medal contest. So on the track for Russia, we've got Kovalev, Urshov, and Kovalev, and Serov. Now this team have the ingredients to lower the mark of 4:03 by the Netherlands. They were 5th in the World Championships in Minsk earlier in this year, and they've been silver medal winners in 2011 at the World Champs and a bronze in 1999. Of course, that was before the reunification, when it was URSS. If you look amongst the records there, you will find that they figured quite strongly in the competitions before that. Now then, this is the first kilometre. The opening kilometre, always important, and they are quickest. So Russia have gone 1:04.03, so they finally toppled the long-time leaders in the first 2 laps, who are their fellow team, the sponsored Russian team of Loco Finks, and they are 1:04.5. So if they maintain this schedule, they're going to run out with a 4:03, but that of course could quicken. So the well-drilled quartet of Russia coming back round once again. Spain are following Russia, then it's Denmark. Germany will be the penultimate team, and then the ultimate team are the world champions Australia. So 1 to go to the midway point. As the Russian outfit now progress down the back straight. And we're going to get an idea of what the midway split is here to see what kind of a schedule they're on. Well, they're still leading. It's a 2:02.1. It's the first squad to dip inside 2:03, and they've gone well inside the former quickest time by nearly 1.2 seconds. So if they maintain this kind of pace, they're going to be round about a 2 or a long 1. So Russia looking good. A little bit of a ragged change there, but they rectified the problem. Now the 3/4 point will give us an idea of the kind of time they're going to close out on, and it's going to be when they hit their original starting station this time. If they come up to the line, let's have a look at this. It's 3:02.4, so that last kilometre was just over the 60-second marker. So if they replicate that again, they're going to be on something right about a 3:02.5, and they're down to 3 men. So this is the squad that are going to go to the top of the leaderboard, with 4 more teams to come. The first of those 4 will be Spain. Coming up to the line. 500 to go. We don't charge for applause. If you want to show your appreciation, you're looking at the team here that are going to rejig the board. Coming up to the line now. We hit the line on a 3:48. There it is up there. So they're looking for a final lap here of around about 15 seconds. That's going to put them on a long 2 that will just push the Netherlands down into 2nd position. Here they come up to the line. Let's have a look at it. Oh, they've slowed fractionally in the concluding stages, and they've closed out with a 4:04, which means they're 3rd. Well, it was well within their compass, but they buckled slightly in the concluding stages. So at the moment, the Netherlands still lead on 4:03.033.
History of the Olympics. Just have a look, see whether Spain have won an Olympic medal. Oh, Belgium got one. I never knew that. 1924.
So introducing now the team of Spain, the 14th qualification heat in this men's team pursuit. Taking the start here, we have David Montañez, Sebastian Mora, Eloy Turio and Albert Torres, the team of Spain.
Spain roll away. Now Spain were just one shy of the medals in the World Champs in Minsk, Belarus earlier this year when they finished 4th. And if you look back through the record books, you'll find that they got a bronze medal in the Olympic Games in Athens in 2004, a long, long time ago. One medal in the World Championship competitions coming to the country of Spain, and that was the same year as they got that bronze medal in the Olympics in Athens 2004. Again, a nation that specialises in the road events, particularly the 3-week tours. That's where they really excel. Next split will be the first kilometre. Russia are the quickest over the first 4 laps on 1:04.03. Let's have a look at the time by Spain. Well, 9th, it's a modest start for the first 4 laps for Spain on 1:06.2, so it'll be interesting to see whether they're on a kind of schedule that generally chips away at the time and lifts the tempo. One to go for the midway marker. Teruel is riding on the team here of Spain. He's a good Omnium rider, and it will see him later in this World Cup competition. Yep, they've raised their game. 2:04.7, they're up into 5th position now. Second kilometre of 1:2. Running on about a 4:08 at the moment, so they need to just lift that tempo a tad more if they can. Always demoralising when a coach asks for more when you're fully extended. This will be the 3/4 marker. Well, yep, they are increasing their tempo here. 3:03, 3rd spot at the 3/4.
So we welcome to the track now the 15th team to take the start, and we have the bronze medalists from the World Championships in Belarus this year. It's the team of Denmark, and the riders lining up for the start here: Lasse Hansen, Matthias Muller, Rasmus Quaid and Alex Rasmussen. Collectively, the team of Denmark.
Away they go, Denmark. 2 more squads to go after the team from the lowlands there, Denmark. 2 very good riders in this quartet. Lasse Hansen, who is the Olympic gold medal winner for the Omnium in London. He's also been 2nd and 3rd in the World Championships in that discipline. And then one of the real quick finishers on the track, Alex Rasmussen, who has been twice the World Scratch Champion. So they've got a brace of riders in this quartet that have got fine track pedigree. They've won medals in the Olympic Games. Denmark, they got the silver in Beijing to Great Britain. And they've also been silver medal winners in the World Championships as well. And let's have a look at this first kilometre. 1:04.03 is the quickest so far. And they've posted 2nd fastest for the first 4 laps. So Denmark look as though they're on a ride here, even in the early stages. Just to reiterate, those 2 big stars in the team, that's Lasse Hansen and Alex Rasmussen. That's a nice start, that 1:04.5. Now it's all about building on that first 2 laps, and then getting the speed up to get the first kilometre respectable. And from there, then of course, they begin to build on that all the way through. Fastest halfway point, 2:02.1 by Russia. Are they going to topple that? No. 2:03.2, so they're not getting onto the same schedule as Russia at the moment, but they are well in the shake-up here. Conditions need to be right, the pressure and the temperature in the arena to give the very, very quick times. 4th man just dropping shy of the back wheel there, having to kick hard to get back into the line. Remember, it's only the top 4 that go into the medal contest. So Russia, who are currently 4th at the moment with a 4:04.08, will be watching this very closely because they are going quicker than that time of Russia. Three-quarter point here. Netherlands quickest on 3:02. Are they going to beat that? Yes, 3:02.3. So at the moment they're 0.4 quicker than New Zealand and the Netherlands. So they are now in the position of going to the top of the board. It's all about maintaining this tempo over the concluding kilometre. And they've lost a rider, and that was a bit ragged as well. They may well have lost some time there. That rider cut across the line almost. He could have been dangerous. 2 laps to go. 1.5 remaining. 4:03.03 the time to beat by the Netherlands if they want to be the new leaders. Encouragement then from the coach track side. They're still faster by 0.6 of a second. This could be a long 2. And that would put them in the lead with 2 teams to go. So Denmark lining up for the run to the line. Could be a long 2 here for Denmark. Let's have a look at it. It is 4:02.413. Denmark are the new leaders with 2 teams to go, and the first of the 2 will be Great Britain.
So just to tie up the top of the qualification table with those 2 remaining heats still to be contested, and a guaranteed qualification for a final try tonight both for Denmark and the Netherlands. Denmark 4:02.413, Netherlands 4:03.033, currently lying 3rd is Spain in 4:03.102, and New Zealand 4th in 4:03.109. Those top 4 teams all inside 4:04 for their 16 laps of the track.
So could this be the first battle royale of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester? We have the final 2. They are seeded, as the guys have been saying. So next up on the track, the Olympic champions, Great Britain. But the current world champions lie in wait as well. So could this be the two finalists for our medal race later? Great Britain first, and they're followed by the
Penultimate heat gets underway then. Great Britain on the track. Owen Doull, Stephen Burke, Ed Clancy and Andy Tennant. Great Britain 4 times the world champions. They got the silver medal in Minsk. And 3 of the 4 on the track, Burke, Clancy and Tennant, were in that team that got the silver in Minsk. Doull is the replacement for Sam Harrison. They posted a 4:02 on that occasion as well. 4:02.413 the time to beat. Great Britain, the holders of the world record, blistering performance of 3:51.659. Paul Manning, Olympic gold medalist himself for this discipline, is the coach for the endurance squad. And Clancy in there, that team that has won it on both occasions. Second at the moment for the first kilometre on 1:04.436, so they're just shy of the time of Russia at the moment. Long way to go as they come round once again, this well-drilled quartet. They'll be running on a schedule that Manning will have worked out, and that's why he walks either side the line, just to give them an idea. So Andy Tennant in the team here, a former junior world individual pursuit champion. Ed Clancy, gold medal winner for the team pursuit lead-off man. Stephen Burke, also the gold medal winner from London, and a bronze to his credit as well from the individual pursuit when he rode in Beijing. Owen Doull is the new man coming in here, the Welshman. In fact, the Welsh will have an astonishing team next year in the Commonwealth Games. They've got so much talent. This is the midway point, and Great Britain is still lying second on 4:02.8. So about 0.6 of a second slower than Russia at the midway point. Work to do then for the Great Britain quartet. Remember, Australia, the world champions, are still to come, but that's a brand new team. It's not the same team that won the world title. And remember, teams can make a change up to 1 hour before the final, so this may not be the 4 that will ride in the final. It could be a change made. Now then, the 3/4 point by Denmark, who are the leaders, was 3:02.3. 1 more lap to go before we know that time. Great Britain getting good support here then in the Manchester track. This is it, 3/4 point coming up now. Yep, they've raised their game at the right time. They are the leaders of the competition now. 3:01.1 at the 3/4 point. They just need to replicate that for the next kilometre, and they will be guaranteed a place in the final. Just tickle the throttle there in the closing stages, didn't they, of that 3rd kilometre? And they've got 500 metres to go. Bell this time. They're over 2 seconds faster than Denmark, which means they're going to close out here on a 4:00. They may just dip under, but I think it's going to be 4. They're going under. Yep, 3:59.672. Great Britain are the fastest qualifiers with 1 team to go, the world champions Australia.
So the top 4 going into the final heat. Great Britain take over the lead from Denmark, Netherlands 3rd and Spain 4th fastest at the moment.
So Great Britain are guaranteed a ride-off for gold. Who will they ride off against? Coming up onto the track now are the guys that won the World Championship in Minsk earlier this year. We've just seen the Olympic champions, now we'll be seeing the World Champions. Australia are to come in just a moment.
So the final qualification heat, the team of Australia, the world champions, representing Australia on the starting line. Luke Davison, Alexander Edmondson, Mitchell Mulhern and Miles Scottson.
So Australia get underway here. This is a brand new team that you're seeing on the track here. The squad that won the world title in Minsk earlier in the year was O'Shea, Evans, Hepburn and Morgan. And on the track we have Davison, Edmondson, Harrison and Mulhern. So all countries of course are in the early stages of starting to build the new squads that eventually the four will be picked from to go to Rio. So it'll be interesting to see what this new four can do. But over the years, Australia, they've won 8 world titles for the team pursuit, the first coming at Bogota back in 1995. When they won the world title in Minsk this year, that was the squad I mentioned, O'Shea, Evans, Hepburn and Morgan. They won with a time of 3:59.3. Now if they could repeat that, that would be just a tad quicker than the time that Great Britain have just recorded, but that was a very polished performance by Great Britain. First kilometre for Australia, second fastest, 1:04.3, and that is just slightly quicker than Great Britain opened up with, but of course they measured their effort over the 3 kilometres after that. So the one rider wearing the World Championship jersey here was a member of that squad in Minsk. Remember, if you compete in one of the rounds, you are allowed, of course, to wear the jersey. And that's Edmondson, the 19-year-old. He's also a World Junior Team Pursuit and Madison champion. .202.8, that places them in third spot at the moment, so they are losing ground on the other squads, and they're going to be pressurised here, Australia, to get into the final for the gold and silver. 3/4 point will give us a better indication, but at the moment they are on a similar schedule to Denmark, so Australia will be fully aware of the time they've got to put down here. That time of 3:59.1 is out of reach for the rest of the squads that we've seen. Now Great Britain were at the 3/4 point in 3:01.1. Denmark were there in 3:02.3, so let's have a look at Australia. They lifted their game, 3:01.8, So they've got something in the tank still. There was me speculating that they were not going to pressurise Denmark. They've gone quicker than Denmark now. So if this now continues, it's going to be the lining up of the old firm for the final. That will be Australia versus Great Britain. Two to go. They're 0.1 of a second off the pace of Great Britain, so that means they're running on something like a 4-1, so that would make them second. This will be the bell. Yeah, they're 1.4 seconds off the pace of Great Britain, so it's going to be a long 4-1 here, and they're splitting up as well, so it's a bit of a ragged finish for Australia. Are they going to do enough to get into the final? They are. 401.4 for Australia puts them into the final to ride off against Great Britain. That to come later.
So just to wrap up their competition, the bronze medal this evening will be contested between Denmark and the Netherlands, and the gold and silver between Great Britain and Australia. So we move now to our next competitive event on the track here on day one of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, and we move from men's team pursuiting to women's team pursuiting. There are 12 teams taking the start in this qualification round. And the first team to line up here representing Wales, it's Team USN. Hayley Jones, Amy Hill, Clara Horn and Emily Kay. Well, that's a false start there for the team of USN. So they'll be brought back to the line. Remember, 2 opportunities to record a time, as you saw the problem in the men's competition a little earlier.
So don't forget, if you're just arriving or you haven't heard yet, you can get involved via Twitter this afternoon. All you need to do is include the hashtag TWC, hashtag TWC, and we'll be able to see some of your tweets throughout the afternoon on the big screen. Or you can follow at Track World Cup, all one word, at Track World Cup. But get tweeting, let's see what you have to say about this afternoon's entertainment.
So second opportunity for the team from Wales, Team USN, taking their second start following that problem the first time around. Hayley Jones, Amy Hill, Clara Horn and Emily Kay. So safely underway this time are the team of USN from Wales. Now this is a young outfit from Wales. Let me tell you that 3/4 of this team are in fact the Junior World Champions, taking that title in Glasgow just a couple of months ago. And the riders here, Hayley Jones and Amy Hill and Emily Kay, were the three who represented the country on that occasion. And on the way to that gold medal, he posted a world record time for this junior category in 4:36.147. Now, if you're wondering if you perhaps last time you saw a women's team pursuit was at the Olympics last year, and you're thinking, I'm sure there are more riders on the track now than there used to be. Indeed, there is. We now have parity between the men's and women's competition, in that now both feature 4 riders over 16 laps of the track, and the third riders record the time. The women's competition, of course, used to be 3 riders over 3 kilometres, but all 3 had to complete the distance. So equality now between the sexes, and so the times are based on that new format. And the world record posted by the team of Great Britain in Appledorn, 18th of October this year during the European Championships, 4:26.556. Now we've got 12 teams going in total in this qualification round, and we will be seeing the defending champions and the world record holders and the Olympic champions, Great Britain, towards the end. In fact, the final team to go. Of course, teams are seeded on the basis of the World Championship performance in the last World Championships, which of course were in Belarus, in Minsk in Belarus, in February of this year. So the team of USN from Wales, Hayley Jones, incidentally, Welsh rider. She now makes her home in Australia. Her mother is former Commonwealth Sprint champion, indeed is a commissaire at this event, Louise Jones. And Hayley spent the year here riding in the UK, riding for the Node 4 Giordano squad of the women's team on the road, and now making it part of this Team USN for Wales here in this women's team pursuit. This is, of course, the first team to go, so this will give us an indication of the pace the other teams will need to match. Qualification is exactly the same as in the men's competition, and the top 4 teams will progress to the finals, and they will take place during the course of this evening's session. It gets underway at 7 o'clock. 3 days of action here at the first round of the 2013-2014 UCI World Cup. Competition will continue, and of course teams desperate to secure points and qualification places for the upcoming World Championships, which for 2014 will take place in South America, in Cali and Colombia. So as both Hugh and I have reflected in commentary so far this morning, a lot of these teams are fielding new riders in a hope of developing them through to the next Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. With 5 laps to go, the first sign of daylight at the back of the USN team. They go to lose their 4th rider. So first to drop off the pace is Emily Kay. So that leaves Hayley Jones, Amy Hill and Clara Horn to complete the distance and of course to record the time. So what they can't afford to happen is for any more riders to lose pace at the back, and it's Hayley Jones who's just lost the wheel lap, so she's got a gap to close. Still 3 laps to go. Remember, 3 riders have to finish to record the time. As Amy Hill did that strong turn on the front, now she drops behind. They've got it back, they're in closer order now as they go down the back straight in the final 500 metres of this opening round, the women's team pursuit. Team USN from Wales, still looking good despite that slight misfortune at the start, which required him to take a second stab at this one, but all gone well so far. With 1 lap to go, 3 riders still closely packed together. As we have noted before, they will change that formation as they come off the final corner, endeavour to all cross the line together. The third wheel is the one that counts for the time. 3:21.235 was the pace of Team USN as they started the final 4 laps, and at the finish line they'll bring it home in a time of 4:39.132. So Team USN representing Wales, 4:39.132. So we're welcome to the track now. The second team to line up for the start is the team of the United States of America, and representing the USA, Kimberly Geist, Kari Higgins, Jade Wilcoxon and Ruth Winder. So the United States of America team roll away from the line, getting on top of that gear. Of course, it's a big gear these riders turn, so it takes half a lap or so for them to settle into their rhythm, gradually settling into the saddle, stretching out on those aerodynamic handlebar extensions and taking up the required formation. So United States of America, they were silver medalists at the Olympic Games last year, of course in the old format where they had 3 riders and 3 kilometres to go. This is a completely different squad here. And their target, of course, is to overhaul the time posted by the Welsh team, USN, in that opening heat of 4:39.132. Our first indication of their pace we'll get when they complete the opening kilometre with 12 laps to go on the lap board. So the United States of America team, Geist, Higgins, Wilcoxon and Winder, they're a lap away from that first checkpoint. The average speed, incidentally, of the Team USN was 51.588 kilometres per hour. And at the completion of the opening kilometre, the time posted by USA, 1:11.852. That's comfortably faster than USN by the order of 2 seconds. Early stages yet, of course, as we've seen during the men's competition a few minutes ago. Some teams will keep it for the final run to the line before they up the pace to the required point to overhaul their opponents. But a fast start for the United States, and USN at the moment in second, 2 seconds behind the pace of USA. Still some way to go, where next point of check will be the halfway point with 2,000 metres completed. Team USN got there in 2:21.296. American squad heading down the back straight. Of course, it's been a bit of a learning curve for the women's team pursuit squads to up the distance and up the number of riders in the squad. And the team's very much in development. Of course, this will be a feature event. As Hugh mentioned a little earlier, the team pursuit now taking over the mantle of the individual pursuit in the Olympics as the blue ribbon event for pursuiting. And the individual pursuit now part of the Omnium competition. Incidentally, we'll be starting out in competition in the men's Omnium, the flying lap, a little bit later on during the course of this first session of action here at the UCI World Track Championships. World Cup, that's the one. Don't forget to let us have your tweets. It's #TWC, the hashtag, or if you've forgotten the other thing you can use on Twitter, if you look under the scoreboard between corners 3 and 4, we've painted it on the track rather conveniently for you. It's @TrackWorldCup. So we're heading towards completion of the next kilometre with just 1 kilometre to go. 4 laps of the track will remain in just a lap or so's time. That will be our next checkpoint for the United States. They were fastest at the halfway point, 2:17.795. Remember, 12 teams overall to contest this one. USA will reach the point where they'll start the final kilometre this time. USM are there in 3:29.235. USA are there in 3:25.724. So almost 4 seconds up on the Welsh team. 3 to go. All 4 riders still moving well here. Remember, they can shed rider number 4 before they reach the finishing line. It's the 3rd rider who counts for the time. 4:39.132, the target for the United States to move into the top of the qualification positions.
Yes, whenever you're ready, I'm ready for that.
Bell this time. 1 lap to go for the United States. And it looks like USA are going to finish all 4 riders. Well, in fact, they decided not to do so. The last rider not linking back into the string. So the 3 riders remain. They're the all-important ones who will record the time here for the team of the United States. Here they come round the final corner and neatly across the line. So the team of the United States. 4:38.129, new fastest time for Kimberly Geist, Carly Higgins, Jade Wilcoxon and Ruth Winder. United States of America go into the lead. So, heat number 3 comes to the track now, and it's the team of China who take the start in this one. Representing China, Xidan Ji, Zhali Jing, Shanshan Ma, and Beifeng Zhao, the team of China.
You might say it like that, you never know.
So China underway fourth rider just struggling to get onto the wheel there and get themselves sorted out in a moment, but she's left a big gap to close here. Bit of a ragged start by the Chinese team, and that's going to take some recovery, let me tell you, because the leading two riders have gone away faster than rider 3 and 4, and that's no advantage whatsoever. With 16 laps to be covered, you need that aerodynamic advantage, and China will do well to get their fourth rider back into contention here. The leading 3 have got it together, but rider number 4 has got ground to make up, so that's a bit of an object lesson in not how to start a team pursuit. The fourth rider was never on the pace from the left line. Rider 3 struggling again, just deviating slightly from her line. Now, let me just explain for you, if you're curious about the markings on the track. The black line at the bottom of the track is called the gauge line, and that's actually the measurement of 250 metres around the track. That's the official distance of the track. So the closer the riders can stay to that black line, the closer they'll be to covering exactly 250 metres per lap rather than going further. So that, of course, is one of their objectives, to stay as close to that line as they can. You saw that little deviation before. Now China really under the screws here, because the 3 riders have got the whole distance to go on their own. Rider 4 never got on terms. 11 laps to go at the completion of the opening kilometre. Despite that slight misfortune at the start, China were clocking the fastest time, 1:11.684. But of course the team have only 3 riders to share the pace throughout this 4-kilometre team pursuit. We're a couple of laps away from the halfway point. And the United States have the lead, 4:33.667, and USN lies second in 4:39.132. So the Chinese riders wearing the numbers on the inside of their jerseys, which doesn't do us any particular advantage here at the commentary points to identify them, but rider who has dropped off the pace has now left the track, leaving her 3 countrywomen to complete the distance for China. The halfway point, they just dropped off the pace slightly, 2:21.87, so they lie second at that stage. The United States at the same point were recording 2:17.795. To remind you of the world record, which is held by Great Britain, posted at the European Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands just a few weeks ago, a few short weeks ago. 18th of October was the date. Great Britain clocked 4:26.556, the current world record for this 4-kilometre distance. So 1.5k to go for the team of China. Our next checkpoint before the finish line will be the 3,000 metre marker. USA were there in 3:25.724. After that uneven departure from the line, the remaining 3 Chinese riders have settled into a steadier rhythm here. And of course, the challenge now is to try and lift that pace and ensure they can stay near the top of the classification table. Remember, just the fastest 4 teams, as with the men's competition earlier, are those who will progress to tonight's medal rides. Final kilometre for the team of China. Twelve teams in total entered for this competition. As we mentioned earlier, qualifying is seeded on their World Championship performance from earlier this year in Belarus. 2 laps to go now. Final 500 metres to give us the qualification time for China. Fortunately, we're not getting the live times on our results system at the moment, but just keeping your eye on the big scoreboard between corners 3 and 4. We'll show you the time for China. Time to beat 4:33.667. Remember, all 3 riders have to cross the line. That's their 4th rider, very, very early stage of this competition. And heading for the line for China to complete the distance. Clock just running on there, so we'll confirm that time for you in a few moments. That was China, the 3rd team to go of the 12 in this qualification round.
Brilliant piece of work by our friends from TISO. We have no finishing time. He's here. He's here. Look.
So next to come to the track, the fourth team to take the start here. They were ninth in the World Championships. Is the team of Belgium. And lining up we have Jolien De Heur, Kelly Drutz, Evelyn Ars and Els Belmans.
For us, 3. 4, as in, no, sorry, we have 4. 1 for you and 3 for us.
So Belgium underway. Fourth team to go. Let me just tidy up the result for China for you. As you saw, the time just ran on our big screen, indeed also on our result system here in the commentary box, but I can confirm the time for China was the second fastest in 4:37.909. Still United States the leaders, 4:33.667, and Team USN from Wales lie third, 4:39.132. So Belgium here, ninth overall in the qualification round in the World Championships in Minsk in Belarus. A little bit of a change in personnel for the Belgian squad. It's only Els Belmans, the remaining rider from that team who rode in Belarus earlier in the year. And on the way to that ninth qualification place, they posted a time of 3:33.163. But of course that was back at the World Championships over the old distance. So we're looking at 4 minutes plus times now over the greater distance now, the 4 kilometers of the track. So the Belgians, better start than the Chinese, getting all 4 riders underway neatly together, changes being executed as they round the bankings, each rider sharing the pace. Heading towards completion of the opening kilometre. Still the fastest at that point, that was China, before it all went a little bit amiss in the 4th rider and the gap to the 3rd rider, but 1:11.684 at the completion of the first 4 laps was the time posted by China. Belgium 1:13.013, so only 3rd fastest for the Belgians after the first 4 laps of competition. Now by the halfway point, China had slowed to 2:21.87, and we're 1 lap away from discovering the halfway time for Belgium. (2:17.795) was the time posted by the United States. Belgium are at the halfway mark in 2:21.066, so the 3rd fastest, with still half of this team pursuit to be completed. This is when the effort begins to tell. Those legs begin to burn a little as the pace of the early laps takes its toll, but of course you need to keep a reserve in the tank to bring you through to the line in the fastest possible time. And as we're into the 2nd kilometre, Belgium are going to lose their 4th rider. Well, she's left the string rather early. They've still got 6 laps to go. We're down to 3. So the pressure on the remaining 3 riders to keep this pace nice and high. It was Kelly Drutz, the rider who has been dropped there, number 42. So this leaves De Heur, Aris and Belmans to complete the distance for Belgium. (4:33.667), the time of the United States, the fastest qualifiers so far. Remember, the faster teams will come later in this qualification round based on the seedings from the World Championships. So the critical phase now as we head down into the last couple of laps for Belgium. They were 3rd fastest at the midway point. Not seen the third kilometre split appear on our screens here. The big screen showing you the deficit, and it is a deficit for Belgium over the United States. Can they lift it with a lap to go? Going to get the bell this time. So De Druits and Bellmans and ours, the four riders took the start. De Druits was dropped, of course, with 6 laps to go. So the remaining 3, half a lap away from posting the qualification time in this 4th heat for Belgium. Here they come. And the clock is stopped by the rider on the inside. 4th across the line in 4:41.060. So 4th fastest only for the team of Belgium after that qualification ride.
Oh, for the UCI live feed as we do. Normally does it.
So we welcome to the track the 5th team to take the start in this women's team pursuit qualification round, and it's the team of Italy, represented by Beatrice Bartelloni, Elena Cecchini, Simona Frapporti and Silvia Valsecchi, the team of Italy. So Italy underway, 5th team of the 12 in this qualification round for the women's team pursuit. And the finals take place during the course of this evening's session, which begins at 7 o'clock this evening with the men's team pursuit finals, incidentally. So Italy settle into their rhythm. Now the fastest team so far are the United States. Started a little slower, but then built it in the second half and clocked comfortably the fastest time at the moment, 4:33.667. Lying second China, some 4 seconds behind, 4:37.909. Team USN from Wales lie third in 4:39.132, and the Belgian team, who we saw in the preceding heat, lie 4th with 4:41.060. Remember, just the 4 fastest teams will progress to tonight's final. So our first checkpoint for the Italian squad will be the completion of the opening kilometre with 12 laps to go. On the light board, they'll see that marker this time when they come through. 1:12.068, really 3rd fastest at this stage for the Italians. Eighth place in the ride at the World Championships, but of course that was over the shorter distance of 3 kilometres, 12 laps, with just 3 riders taking and completing the ride. So all change in the world of women's team pursuiting. Yeah, it's fair to say that 1 or 2 of the nations are finding it a little difficult to find their feet here with the increase in distance and the slightly different approach required, with 4 riders taking the start and only 3 having to complete the distance. But It's looking good for this competition to continue to develop, and of course the road to Rio very much underway already. Teams looking to identify riders and bring them through for those Olympic medals in 3 years' time in Rio. So the first round of the World Cup here in Manchester is our first marker for this winter of track action. 3 rounds of the World Cup to be contested, 2013, 2014. And of course points scored towards places in those World Championships in Cali in Colombia. So 7 laps to go, we're inside the second kilometre, and the Italians have upped the pace a little. They've moved up from third to second, 2:20.068 at the 8-lap point for Italy. So these blue and white colours of Italy, very recognisable. I've changed the team strip a little, but no doubt about the identity of these riders, with Italia emblazoned on the leg of the skin suit. Very nice matching red bicycles as well, looking very neat and tidy, and continuing a very good pace indeed. Concentration, key element of course. You can't afford to make any mistakes here. You're playing with a matter of centimetres between yourself and the rider ahead. And completing those changes and not losing any ground is the key to a good time in the team pursuit, as you've seen so far this morning. So the Italians were still second with the kilometres to go, 3:27.606. Still the United States though with the fastest pace. Italians just a couple of seconds off that pace of USA. Can they lift it with the final 500 metres to go? They'll reach that point now. Coach with a stopwatch in each hand, keeping a very careful eye on the schedule. They've worked out over many months of training. They've shoved their 4th rider with a lap to go. 3rd rider just left a little gap there, but she's closing it again. So they'll come back together with a lap to go in the required formation. So into the final lap for Italy. 2nd fastest pace. Let's see if they can improve their position relative to the United States as we come back to the finish line this time. 3rd rider just a little behind the other 2. And that is reflected in their 2nd fastest finishing time, 4:36.159 for Italy. So the United States still lead, Italy moving to 2nd, China 3rd, and Team USN from Wales are the 4th place team at this stage of the competition. So next on the track are the team of Belarus, and the riders taking the start here in the track are Volha Mazukovic, Polina Pivovarova, Ina Savkina and Marina Shimayankova, the team of Belarus. So the Belarusians was the nation who hosted the World Championships this year, but that's a false start for Belarus. Gunfires, the team will be brought back to the line for the 2nd and final opportunity to record a time.
So as we wait for the reset of the latest heat, let's look to see who has been tweeting hashtag TWC. And a question from Jen Seeley, which I will throw all the way up to the commentary box and speak to Hugh Porter about. What gear, and do all the members of the team ride the same size gear as well? A question for you, Hugh.
That's a bit of a tickler, actually, Hugh. Let me just say, first of all, I think the gear size is pretty guarded, actually. Coaches decide the size of gear they're going to ride, and they certainly don't let other teams be made aware of it. But gear sizes are very, very big these days. They use something in excess of 100-inch gear in the men's team pursuiting. I'm not too sure what the gear size is for the ladies' 4,000-metre team pursuit, but you can take it from me, it's a lot bigger than when I used to ride.
So lining up for the second opportunity to record a time, the team of Belarus. So at the second time of asking, the squad of Belarus cleanly away from the line. As I pointed up earlier when we were in the early stage of the men's team pursuit competition, the starters keep a very careful eye on the starting line. It's the rider in the gate, has to cross the line first. The other three riders cannot cross the line ahead of her. And if that does happen, it will be signalled as a false start. And as you saw, they are brought back to the line. So this Belarusian squad, featuring just one rider who represented the team at the home World Championships in Minsk earlier this year. Surviving member is rider wearing race number 7, Volha Masukovic. And those World Championships in Belarus seems a long time ago now. I had the great pleasure of doing the English language commentary in the venue in Belarus, in Minsk. They were a national arena, superb track. And this Belarus squad looking to post a faster time, perhaps, than the United States of America, the current leaders. 4:33.667, and at the first checkpoint, their only fourth fastest, 1:12.391. So work to do here for Belarus. Remember, just the fastest 4 teams will progress to this evening's finals. Fastest 2 will ride for gold and silver. 3rd and 4th fastest riding for the bronze medal. So United States, the leaders, Italy 2nd, China 3rd, Team USN 4th. We've got the second half of this qualification round to go yet, of course. That could rejig the whole classification. Just to remind you once again that the seedings are based on the preceding World Championships. But of course the format of this competition has changed since that point. The riders now contesting 4 kilometres, 16 laps of the track. So we're looking for the second split at the halfway point. United States are in 2:17.795, the only team to beat 2:20 barrier at that point. And Belarus, well, they're inside that point as well. So second fastest, 2:19.930. So our scoreboard comparing the times for you between the current leaders and the team on the track, and showing you that plus 2 seconds means that Belarus are 2 seconds behind the pace of the current leaders. They've picked up the pace though since that opening kilometre where they were only 4th fastest, so if they continue in a similar vein, they could well challenge for the lead. Masukovic, of course, from that team who rode the World Championships earlier in the year. Pivovarova, Savenka and Shimayankova, the other three members of this Belarusian squad. So heading for the completion of the 3rd kilometre here and our next intermediate checkpoint. And it's 3:29.707. Well, the Belarusian team increased the pace at the completion of kilometre 2, but they've slowed again now, down to 5th fastest, 3:29.707. So off the pace even of Team USN, who lie 4th at the moment, just slightly faster than Belgium at the equivalent point. But if they continue to slow, this may well not be a potential medal ride for Belarus. So wavering from the schedule, starting slowly, building it up, and now slowing again in the closing stages. Be interesting to see the final time when they get to the line, and they've shed their 4th rider, and the 3rd rider also got a gap to close as well. As we've seen so far, the teams who record the fastest time are those who have a really well-drilled team who stay together, and if another injection of pace is required by rider 3 to make up a gap, it can pay the price in the final run to the line. Just about got it back together as they come under the scoreboard for the final time. They were 5th fastest with a kilometre to go. Have they improved their run as they come to the line? It's a good finish for Belarus, but the time 4:49.70. They remain in 5th place, so Belarus are 5th fastest at this stage of the competition. Still the lead stands with the United States of America at 4:33.667. So Team 7 of the 12 in this qualification round come to the track now for their ride. It's the team of Germany, and representing the German squad, Stephanie Pohl, Lisa Fischer, Mika Koga and Lisa Kulmer.
Seventh team just rolling away here then for their time trial round of this women's 4,000 metre team pursuit. This of course is the first season where the extra kilometre has been added on, and also the extra rider, so it's now exactly the same discipline as the men's. Quickest time so far, 4:33.667 by USA. And that world record held by Great Britain at 4:26.5, set at the Europeans in Apeldoorn, that took place just over a week ago. Now China opened up with the quickest first kilometre of a 1:11.6, but then they really did buckle and pay the price, and they closed out with the 3rd fastest time so far. Great Britain scheduled, of course, to go last, the current world champions. So all these times and splits are all completely new. We can't post them against anything because it's virtually a new event. and it's the 6th quickest opening kilometre for Germany on 1:13.4. Stretched a lot of the nations, the addition of the extra kilometre and rider, to find 4 that can compete in the team pursuit. Fortunately, Great Britain have quite a raft of riders. Kate Archibald not going today for Great Britain, who was a member of that squad that set the world record in the Europeans. But they've still got Eleanor Barker, of course, who was in the squad in Minsk when they won the World Championship. All that to come a little later. 1 to go then to the midway point for the team of Germany. Fastest midway split so far by USA, 2:17.7. Here they come. Well, 5 seconds shy of that time on 2:22. So at the moment they're going to have to raise their game, otherwise they're going to classify themselves here 7th of 7 teams that will have completed the time trial round. One more lap to go then to the 3/4 split. And at the moment Germany certainly looking a little laboured here. Unlike their team sprint squad, who are the world champions and Olympic gold medalists, the team pursuit, well, they're obviously searching for talent here. Yep, they are 7th at the moment, 3:32.8. They're well shy of the quickest time. So of the 7 teams that will have ridden the time trial round, Germany at the moment are destined to fill that 7th slot. Early days for the discipline. Their coaches are just starting to get a grip of the fact that there are 4 riders now and 4 kilometres, and by the time they get to the World Championships you'll see that the times and the teams will have sharpened up significantly. But you can see here the strengths of different riders. The front rider riding away from the rest. Bell lap for Germany. And they're down to 3. It's going to be something around about the 41, 42 mark here. And Germany close out with a time of 43, actually 4:43.4, 7th for Germany.
So Germany not able to come close to challenging for a medal ride this evening. Still the United States have the lead in 4:33.667. Italy lies second, 4:36.159. Third place to China, 4:37.909. And fourth for Team USN from Wales, 4:39.132. 5 more heats to go. So the next team to take the start here will be the team of Russia. This is heat number 8. Gulnaz Badyakova, Alexandra Chekina, Maria Mishina and Evgenia Romanyuta, the team of Russia.
Is there a small box of
The 8th team then to take to the track, Russia. Just to repeat on the team, Badyakova, Chekina, Mishina and Romanyuta. Now the team of Russia were 5th in the World Championships in Minsk earlier in the year. And we're going to get an indication quickly here of whether or not the Russians are going to be on anything like a schedule of the United States. USA, of course, when it was 3 kilometres, are always a very polished unit. They had the 6th fastest ever time of 3 kilometres at 3:16.8. And they've certainly carried that on. Of course, at the moment, they're still sitting there leading at this early stage of the competition. They're inside the fastest time at the moment by 0.15 of a second, so they're on a similar schedule to USA. So we're going to be looking at an opening kilometre here of around about a 1:11.6, 1:11.7. Yep, there it is. In fact, slightly quicker, 1:11.3. So Russia at the moment have started the quickest of the teams that have gone so far. Romanyuta in the team here is a very good scratch race rider and points race specialist. She'll be adding extra strength here and punch to the delivery of the quartet from Russia.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Flat back profile of the squad here. Apart from the second rider in line here, the other 3 are very, very similar size. We're getting a rider doing a full lap here as well as they come round to make the change. And we're looking for the 2 kilometre split. There it is. And yes, they're still quickest, 2:17.19. So they're roughly 0.6 faster than USA at the moment. So if they can just raise their game a tad more, just ratchet the pace up a whisk up, then they could come down to a 4:32. That would be the first squad to go inside the 4:33 mark. As a matter of interest, USA were at the 3 kilometre point in 3:25.7. So we'll see whether or not they've gained a little bit more on USA. It was 0.7 of a second at the previous split. And it'll be this mark that we look at this time. Yep, they're still fastest, 3:24.8. So it's about 0.9 of a second now. So if they can just add a little bit more onto that, they're definitely on a 4:32 here. And they're going to be the quickest qualifiers of the 8 teams that will have gone. Do a lot of their training, the Soviet squad, in that 333 track in Moscow, the one that was built for the Olympics in 1980. It's well, a lot of the world records are set because it is the widest of all the indoor velodromes, and records are set there because it means they've got a long way to go down the banking to get the gear wound up. bell this time. Just keep an eye on the clock here then for Russia. It's going to be a 4:32, the fastest qualifier. In fact, it's come down a little bit now. It could be 4:33. They've lost about 0.4 of a second in this final kilometre. So it's beginning to tell here then for the three survivors. For Russia, they should still go quickest, but it's going to be close to USA. Yep, that's it, 4:33.383. They were approximately 0.28 quicker than USA. So the fastest two times at this stage of the competition are Russia and USA.
So lining up to take the start in the next heat, Heat 9, will be the team of Poland, and the riders in this one, Małgorzata Wostra, Eugenie Buzak, Ediata Jasinka and Natalia Rutkowska.
Some of those names were pronounced correctly. Large you, I said.
Poland get underway. Now then, Poland were fourth in the World Championships earlier this year, just one shy of the podium. I always call a medal non-achiever, the first of the losers. It's a bit cruel, I know, but they were just one shy. They've never won a medal in world competition, but they produced one or two good riders who've been there for the points race competitions and the scratch race in the women's discipline. So again, it's Wojtyra, Buciak, Jasinska and Rutkowska, the team from Poland. This is a steady progression now through to the final of the riders that were the top place finishers in the World Championships. So this is the cluster of seeded competitors.
Yes, Mark.
Well, they're only just 0.1 off the pace of the fastest kilometre in the early stages. Remember, it's all about getting the leg speed high. And this is it, the first kilometre. Here come Poland. Second, 1:11.5, very close to the time of Russia. So those famous white and red colours here being worn by the quartet of Poland, reflecting already that they could post a good time here. These last four, of course, are expected to make the medal positions.
Okay, so I'll be non-specific about the...
It's almost a second now, though, so despite the quick start in the first 4 laps, they are now off the pace of the leaders.
Okay, got the message, thank you.
So if they're just over a second shy, they will really be on the pace of USA. Now USA went through the 2 kilometre mark on 2:17.7. Now then, if they're maintaining that same kind of tempo, that's what we're looking at. 2:18.5, in actual fact they're just slightly slower than that. So at the moment they're running on the third quickest time. Well, losing a rider already with 5 to go. You can see that fourth rider struggling, fighting to get back into the wheels. If she does make it, then of course using so much energy can be extremely costly, and that is Jasinska that's trying to get back into the line. Not going to make it, and the three-quarter split is 3:26.5, so they're still holding third place. Jasinska's still circling the track here as the surviving three come to the line with 2 laps to go. It's going to take a monumental injection of pace here by the Polish three if they're going to deny Russia the lead. At the moment they're looking to push Italy out of third spot down into fourth and probably slot into the third position. 2.7 seconds, that's just about where they're going to be. Italy are third at the moment, 4:36.1. They're on a very similar time to that. Here they come. This is the arrival of Poland. Yep, so that puts them third on 4:35.768.
So to round up the situation at the moment, with still 3 heats to go. Russia now guaranteed a qualification place for tonight's final, 4:33.383. United States lie second, just off the pace of Russia, but not by much, 4:33.667. Poland lie third, 4:35.768, and Italy in fourth place, 4:36.159. Still 3 heats to go. So heat number 10, and we bring onto the track the bronze medalists from the World Championships and the Olympic Games. It's the team of Canada. Gillian Carlton, Laura Brown, Jasmine Glaser and Stephanie Roda.
Now, 3 of the team here of Canada are survivors from the Olympic Games and the World Championships. World Championships, particularly where they got the bronze medal. That's Gillian Carlton, Laura Brown and Jasmine Glaser. The new rider brought into the squad is Stephanie Roda, who replaces the talented Tara Whitten. Whitten, of course, who's been a world champion, medal winner in the Omnium and Team Pursuit. So Roda is the new replacement for Whitten. Can tell you when the distance used to be 3,000 metres, Canada had the 10th quickest time ever, and that was on 3:17. So that'll give us an idea of the kind of schedule they're on today. and that squad then was Whitten, Carlton and Glaser. And 3 of those are in the squad, 2 of those are in the squad here. This is the first K, 111.3 they're aiming at, and it's going to be quicker. That is a good kilometre, 111.1, that is the fastest opening kilometre so far. So Canada have made a pretty positive start here, as expected. Richard Walls is the coach there on the line. We'll know Richard Walls, of course, from Wales, and he's doing a good job with the Canadian team. Just keep off the timing strip. Well, we thought Canada would be one of the teams to look out for, and that opening kilometre is an early indication that they are starting to get a nice quartet together. Midway point, fastest Russia, 2:17.1, 1 lap to go before we see the schedule that they're on. Looking good at the moment, the 4 from Canada. Bronze medal winners from that World Championships last year. Or earlier this year, I should say. Here it is, midway split. Yep, 2:16.9. So they're faster by about 0.2 than Russia. So they're still running on a 4:33 schedule at this stage. Matter of interest, that second kilometre by Canada was a 1:05. And they're now 1.7 seconds faster than Russia. So they're closing down to a 4:31 if they can maintain this. 3/4 point coming up. Russia were there on 3:24.8. And Canada are there on 3:32. So 3:22, that means they are 2 seconds quicker than Russia. Good riding here then by the Canadian quartet. And remember, the fastest 2 teams will ride off for the gold and silver medals. They're down to 3 riders with 2.5 to go. Yep, they're still going faster. This should be the new leading time. They're going to get the bell this time. Here they come. This is Canada. Remember, you're looking at a team that will be competing in Glasgow in the Commonwealth Games. The world record is 4:26. There's a chance here they could go inside 4:30. Let's have a look at this. Closing time for Canada, 4:28.054. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a rasping round of applause for the Canadians. That's only 1.5 seconds shy of the world record held by Great Britain, so Canada are obviously in good form. And the first sub 4:30 ride.
So 2 teams now guaranteed medal rise this evening, Canada and Russia. And we have still got 2 teams yet to go.
I'll tell you with a kilometre to go.
And so to the penultimate heat. It's the silver medalists from the World Championships. The nation of Australia take the start. And representing Australia, Annette Edmondson, Georgia Baker, Rebecca Wazajak and Elisa Wundersitz.
It's a new spot treatment developed in Australia.
You're looking at the country. Cut off in my prime. We have a problem here. Carl, did you notice what that was?
I can see that, didn't you? But it's likely to be a false start because one of the outside riders moved before the rider in the gate. It doesn't look like a mechanical because all the riders are rolling around the track. Remember, the rider who starts in the gate on the inside of the track has to cross that start line first.
So they'll only be allowed one more chance.
Well, just while we wait for the teams to come back to the start line, you may have noticed that one or two of the teams elect to line up at a 45-degree angle across the track, specifically to avoid the problem of one of the riders not in the gate crossing the line ahead of the gate rider. But in that particular instance, Australia lined up right across the pursuit line, and you saw the result. So one more opportunity for Australia to record a time in this qualification round.
Of course, false starts a little bit unnerving as well. You've already got yourself psyched up and prepared, and then you've got to go through the procedure again.
So the second opportunity for the team of Australia to record a time, lined up and ready to go.
Well, they've got it right this time, Australia. Once again, the team: Annette Edmondson, Georgia Baker, Rebecca Wisak and Elisa Wundersitz. Just one survivor here then from the team that got the silver medal over 3,000 metres in Minsk, and that's Annette Edmondson. Her brother also is riding here in the team pursuit for, of course, the men. World champions back in 2010, Australia. In fact, Australia are the only country that caused a blemish on the results of Great Britain ever since women's team pursuiting made its inception back in 2008, and it was on this very track that those first world titles were held. Great Britain the winners over the 3,000 metre distance: Wendy Hufnagel, Rebecca Romero and Joanda Rousel, and Johan Rousel is just one survivor left in the current team. Well, they're a second faster than Canada, a second slower than Canada in the early stages here in this first kilometre. Just settling down still to the job in hand, Australia. Here they come. Yep, 8th for Australia. It's a very modest start then for the Australians. It's a new team that they're building. And just to repeat that comment I made, only Edmondson is one of the survivors from earlier in the year at the World Champs. It's a matter of interest. Hope you're going to get your seats, because the next team on are going to be the world champions and world record holders, Great Britain. So Australia certainly going to have some work to do here if they want to depose Canada and get a ride-off in the final. The midway point split will tell us if they are on a ride. 2,000 metres for Canada was 2:16.9. We're looking for the mark this time. Here's the arrival of Australia after 2,000 metres. Well, they're raising their game slowly, 2:19.8, but I can tell you they're nearly 3 seconds slower than Canada. So at this stage of the proceedings, Australia are going to have to really lift their game, because the United States are currently 3rd and Poland 4th. So they could end up in a situation here where they could miss out on a medal ride. Still 3 seasons out really from Rio, so it is early days with these squads that have been put together. Haven't got much of a guide. We've got the Europeans over the 4,000 metre distance, and we've got the Pan American Championships, but really all countries, it's new to them. This is the 3/4 point. Here they come. Australia stopping the clock on 3:26.928. Well, they're 5th now. Now, let me just start to look at this. 3:26. They're just slightly slower than Poland, who are sitting currently in 4th position. And remember, Great Britain is still to come. So if they want a chance of a ride-off for a medal, they're going to have to go better than 4:33.6, and that's the time of USA. They've got 500 metres to do it in. They're 4.5 seconds off the pace of Canada. So it's going to be close. They're going to be near to the time of USA. They are starting to raise their game a little bit in the concluding 500, bell lap. So they're on the cusp of surviving here, but it's going to be a slender margin that they're likely to beat USA by if they want to be in the top 4. Down to 3. Here they come. It's going to be close. 4:33.011. Well, in the closing stages, they raise their game, and that's placed them 2nd behind Canada, but they only just beat Russia and USA. So they're guaranteed a ride-off for a medal. What colour will it be? Great Britain still to come, and Canada are the quickest.
So the final team in this qualification round come to the track. They are the world champions, they are the Olympic champions, and they hold the world record in this discipline. It is the team of Great Britain, featuring Laura Trott, Eleanor Barker, Danny King and Joanna Rousel.
Well, with only one team going inside 4 minutes 30, that's Canada on 4:28.054. You can already speculate on the final for the gold and silver between Great Britain and Canada. The Olympic champions are amongst this quartet: Laura Trott, Danny King and Joanna Rousel. They are the ones that won the gold medal in London. And Eleanor Barker, along with Danny King and Laura Trott, were the winners of the World Championship earlier this year in Minsk. All those events were over 3,000 metres, but three of these riders were in the squad that set the world record at the Europeans just, and that was King, Trott, Barker, and in that squad also was Katie Archibald. So you're looking here at a very polished team, and we're looking here for something close, I would say, to the world record. That world record's 4:26.556, and Canada are there on 4:28.0. So the British quartet coming up to the line this time to polish off the first kilometre. Let's have a look at the split. It's impressive. It's a 1:10.8, so that is almost 0.3 quicker than Canada. So they are the fastest in the first 4 laps. Now then, with a little bit of support here, we may get Great Britain closing in on the world record. Wonderful polished performance, and of course the coach down there is Chris Newton, the former world points champion and world team pursuit champion, and Newton knows he's got a tremendous squad to train here. The one not riding today is Archibald. Now then, the halfway point for Canada was 2:16.9. We'll soon get an idea if they're on world record pace. That world record coming in the final of the Europeans. They went 4:26 as well in qualification. The next lap split we're looking for, they're 1.5 seconds faster, which means they're almost on world record pace here. Great Britain really going well. This is the midway point, 2,000 metres. Let's have a look at the time. 2:14.7, they're over 2 seconds faster. I can tell you the world record is going to go here. It's under pressure, and it's the Great Britain quartet that are really turning the screw. Polished performance then by these four. We'll look for the 3/4 point. Chris Newton, the coach, on the line here with that broad smile across his face. He knows he's got a plethora of talent here. 5 to go in this qualification round. Perfect linear formation as they ride around the track here. You can see the three wearing the World Championship jerseys. They are Trott, Barker and King, because they were the world champions in Minsk. This is the 3/4 point. Here come Great Britain. 3:19.3, they're over 3 seconds faster. The world record is going to crumble here, and it's going to be Great Britain that's going to rewrite the record books. They're going to break that own world mark of 4:26.556. There is not a hint of weakness there. Every rider delivering their effort to perfection. I want the biggest round of applause to resonate around the arena when they cross the line. Stunning performance here. It's going to be the bell this time. They're over 3.5 seconds faster than the team of Canada. Here they come. So remember, the time to beat, 4:26.556. That's the world record held by Great Britain. This is going to come out at something like 4:22, 4:21. Stand by. Here it is. It's a world record to Great Britain. So that time of 4:23.910 sets a new world record. Great Britain are the fastest qualifiers, and we'll ride off against Canada for the gold and silver medals.
And with Australia finishing in 3rd place and Russia 4th, they will ride for the bronze medals. Those finals will come up during the course of this evening's session.
Well, that was something, wasn't it? The first world record of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester comes from Great Britain. Round of applause, please, everybody. Now, you may well know that the final for that event is later on today, so could we see another world record? That one smashed by 3 seconds, and indeed smashed for the second time in just over a week. So, are you feeling inspired after that effort from Great Britain? Well, if you are, maybe you'd like to come and join the revolution at British Cycling. If you'd like to, the shop is over the third corner. Carl and Hugh were saying where that is. You'll notice that it's above the back of the home straight. So as they came into the home straight, the girls then have a look above it and you'll see the British Cycling shop. You can join for just £28. If you'd like to join, you get a free goodie bag with that as well. And if you are already a member, one of the 83,000 members of British Cycling, you can come and pick up a free gift if you have your membership cards with you. So come and join British Cycling. Incidentally, if it's the whole world of two wheels that you like, the UCI BMX Supercross is actually happening over the way in the brand new £24 million expansion at the new BMX track. If you would like to come and see that, it's in April the 18th and 19th next year, April 18th and 19th. If you want to support the elite athletes from all over the world, come and enjoy that in April next year. You can pick up your tickets from the box office down in reception here in the velodrome. So we have the team sprint qualification to come. You've just seen the team pursuit. You've just seen your first world record. If you'd like to find out more about the team sprint, you can find out in your program. It's just £6 and it is especially special, mainly because I've actually put my name on mine. That's how much I want mine. But if you want to pick up a program, you can learn more. If you haven't yet got one, take a look at this. We'll learn a little bit more about the team sprint.
That was really, really good. That was really good. Well done. No, that was brilliant.
So, change of discipline now. We move on to the men's team sprint qualification. And there are 9 heats to be contested, 2 up heats here, 2 teams on the track at one time, just 3 laps of the track, and the teams taking the start in the first heat. In the home straight is the team of South Africa, represented by Bernard Esterhuizen, Jean Nel and Jean-Christian Smith, and their opponents in the back straight from Korea, Jin Dong Kang, Woo Jong Kim, and Jigong Soo Son. That's South Africa home straight, Korea back straight. So this is a discipline that's all about departing from the gate as quickly as you can and racking up the laps as quickly as you can. It's a sprint for 3 riders. Each rider takes a turn on the front. The leading rider completes the opening lap, swings off. The second rider takes up the pace, and eventually the third rider will record the time. Now there is a point whereby the teams have had to complete the change within 15 metres of the original starting line. That's denoted by a coloured pad on the track, the red pad for the home straight team, the green pad for the back straight team. Commissaire also stands there to make sure the teams have made the change by that 15-metre point. And as we head towards the final lap here, South Africa have a small advantage ahead of the team of Korea, coming to complete the first heat, and it's South Africa who take that. 45.653 for South Africa, 46.119 the time posted by Korea. So heat number 2 taking the start now. In the home straight, the trade team from Germany, ERD, this is Team Erdgas 2012, and riding for this Erika Balsa, Sasha Hubner and Maximilian Levy. And their opponents in the back straight from the Ukraine, Artem Frolov, Andriy Kutsenko and Andriy Vayanukarov. So Germany, in the form of the Erdgas trade team, versus Ukraine. A time to beat, 45.653, posted by South Africa in the opening heat. Coming around to complete the first lap, the lead rider will swing off. Man 2 will take over. That's tall figure of Maximilian Levy for the German team. Bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in Beijing. And it is advantage for Germany as they come into the final lap. 2 seconds ahead of their opponents Ukraine, and it was the fastest time at that penultimate lap for the Team Erdgas of Germany. Let's see if they can bring it through to the finish line and record the fastest time. 44.966, new fastest time posted by Team Erdgas, and their opponents the Ukraine, 46.829.
Well, Carl, we're just getting a little bit of news through on one of the changeovers by the Republic of South Africa, and that is likely to get the time rejigged because I think they did an illegal change there. We'll confirm that to you. You got news on that, Carl?
Yes, I've just received confirmation from our commissaires that the change of the South African team was illegal. As you pointed out in the first heat, the riders have to make that change by, and the South Africans failing to do so, so they have been relegated from that position. So the South Africans relegated for an illegal change.
The best way is to go. Volunteer lounge, and that's where all the food will be served. Okay.
So the riders coming to the track for the next heat, Heat 3, starting in the home straight, is the team of Malaysia, Mohammed Yunus, Josiah Nug and Mohammed Sarom. And their opponents in the back straight, representing Spain, Hodai Mazucaran, Jose Moreno and Juan Peralta. So the next heat underway, Malaysia. There's very distinctive new colours of the Malaysian team this year, the gold and black colours, departing from the line. And their opponents, well, a bit of a gap here between man one and the other two riders in the squad in the back straight, Spain. But the change needs to be accomplished within that 15-metre boundary. It looks okay to me. So continuing here, they're challenging for that lead held by Erdgas, 44.966. The advantage at the moment is in favour of the Spanish team. They've got one lap to go. Malaysians make the final change. So the last two riders here, it's still advantage for Spain, but the gap is closing. Inside the closing half lap, as we come to the finish line, it is Spain who get there first in a time of 44.930. So Spain move into the lead. Malaysia post the third fastest time of 46.004. Heat 4 is Netherlands versus Argentina. The Netherlands will start in the home straight. Matthijs Buckley, Jeffrey Hoogland and Niels van der Hondral. And their opponents from Argentina in the back straight, Alejandro Batasso, Pablo Panucho and Mauricio Quiroga. So the next heat underway. As with the Team Pursuit Earlier, it's the fastest two teams who arrive for the medals later today, and third and fourth fastest will contest the bronze medal. At the moment, the Spanish are quickest in 44.930, but only 0.03 of a second faster than Team Erdgas in second, Malaysia third, and Korea fourth. But as the riders complete the first lap in this next heat, the advantage stands to the team of the Netherlands. They have a lead here. Can the squad of Argentina draw back on that position of the Dutch team? They're into the final lap, and it was Netherlands who got the bell first. Both riders here now looking to deliver when they come to the line this time. It's still advantage Netherlands off the final banking for the team of Netherlands who will cross the line in the time, new fastest time, 44.696. Argentina, well, they're only sixth fastest in 46.170. So the classification changes again with now Netherlands in the lead position, followed by Spain, Erdgas and Malaysia. So our next heat, heat number 5, is in the home straight. The team of Poland, Maciej Bielecki, Mateusz Lipa and Rafał Sanecki. And their opponents in the back straight, representing Venezuela, Hazani Canelon, Cesar Marcano and Angel Pulgar.
Good luck.
And away here, Poland versus Venezuela. This is Heat 5. Fastest time so far recorded by the Netherlands on 44.696. You can see the formation of the teams already. They make their changes here. Peeling off. They have to peel off in the regulation distance, otherwise they're likely to get DQ'd like South Africa. At the moment it's close, but Poland have made the better start. Poland coming up to make their second change at the 500 metre mark. There it is, and they're still in second place on 30.930. Venezuela down in 5th. Same rules as the team pursuit. The quickest 2 times will ride up for gold and silver, and they're now coming back here. Poland will win the heat. They win the heat in 44.476, and they record the quickest time so far, and that pushes the Netherlands down into second place. And just for the record, the time by Venezuela, 45.364, places them 5th.
So next up is heat number 6, starting in the home straight, a trade team from Japan. This is Cyclo Channel Tokyo, Tomoyuki Kawabata, Sechiro Nakagawa and Kazunori Watanabe. And their opponents from China in the back straight, Qi Hu, Chao Zhu and Miao Zhang.
Surviving.
So where we go then with heat 6, fastest time then is 44.476 by Poland. Now then, who's made the better start here in the first half lap? Well, it's pretty even Steven, but China with a bit between their teeth. And the start rider for China was Qi Hui. Hui surrenders the lead now, and it is China slightly ahead here. And they've gone through in 18.123. Not as quick as Poland and the Netherlands, so they need to raise their game here in the last lap and a half. Here comes the final change. And it is the anchor riders now that are left on the track to tidy up the concluding 250 metres. Both going around the track very, very quick, and the team from Tokyo also beginning to close down and chip away at the slender oh yes, the team from Tokyo take it in the back straight in 44.811 to go third, but it's still Poland leading.
So the top of the classification table now. Poland still have the advantage, 44.476. Netherlands second, 44.696. Cyclo Channel Tokyo then move into the third spot, 44.811. And lying fourth at the moment, Spain in 44.930. So 3 more heats to go, and heat number 7 coming to the start line in the home straight of the team of Russia. 5th in the World Championships this year, Denis Dmitriev, Andrei Kubiev and Pavel Yakushevsky. And in the back straight from Great Britain, they're the holders of the world record. Please welcome Kian Amadi, Philip Hines and the world sprint champion Jason Kenny.
And we got 2 riders here in the Great Britain team that were members of the squad that won the gold medal in London. And that, of course, is Philip Hines. Hines leading off. And he really is in determined mood here. Remember, he's going to release Jason Kenny, who's the 2nd fastest man in the business. Kenny, the current world keirin champion, and Great Britain at the moment just ahead of Russia. But they are the fastest of the time so far. Coming up to the final takeover, Russia now still going very, very well here. They're slightly ahead now of Great Britain thanks to that searing lap then by Dmitriev. But now it's Kian Amadi for Great Britain, trying to bring the British trio home to try and beat Russia. It's going to be close. Russia take it. Russia take that on the line in 43.561. Fastest time so far. Great Britain are second in 43.693. First 2 times to go inside the 44-second barrier.
So the penultimate heat then, starting in the home straight, the team of France, who are the bronze medalists in the World Championships, Quentin Lafarge, Julien Palma and Kevin Sirou. Their opponents from Australia, Mitchell Bullen, Daniel Ellis and Matthew Gaitser, start in the back straight.
Well, France get underway here in the home straight. They've been 10 times the world champions, an outright record, versus Australia, who just missed out on a medal earlier this year in the World Championships when they were 4th. So France v Australia, time to try and beat is 43.561, held by Russia. There comes the first split. They're not as quick as Russia and Great Britain at the moment, so work to do them for the final two riders. Coming round now for the final takeover. This will release the riders to do the anchor lap. 2 laps completed. They're still lying 4th and 5th, so at the moment with one more heat to go, if it remains like this, it could be Russia, Great Britain in the final. This is the concluding half a lap now as they come off the crown of the bend and they're lining up for the run to the line. France, great, who's going to get it? Well, there it is on the line, very, very close. Australia just pipped France in the closing stages, 43.845, that's the 3rd quickest time so far, and France, who were beaten in the heat there, are 4th on 43.902. So with one heat to go, Russia are the quickest, with Great Britain lying 2nd.
So ready to go for the final heat. In the home straight are Germany, and in the back straight the team of New Zealand.
9th and final heat underway. Germany in the home straight, the current European champions versus New Zealand. New Zealand, who got the silver medal in the World Championships earlier this year when Germany clinched gold. This is a repeat of the World Final of Minsk earlier in the year. And the quickest so far are Germany. And they have gone round in 17.212. Now then, what can they do over the second 2 laps? New Zealand trying to peg the mighty power of Germany as they come up for the final takeover. Germany well in control of this, 30.123. If it remains like this, it means that Germany will race Russia for the gold and Great Britain will race New Zealand for the bronze. Coming up now to the line to complete the ride, it's going to be Germany. Germany take it, 43.351. They are the fastest of the qualifiers, and that means that they will race against Russia for the gold medal, and Great Britain, who are 3rd in the qualification round, will ride off for New Zealand for the bronze medal. But that's the quickest time so far on 43.351 by the powerful squad of Germany.
Easiest one, and you give, yeah, I don't know. We'll speak later.
So we move now to the women's team sprint competition. Slight difference to the men's competition with just 2 riders representing each team. And starting in the home straight for the Ukraine is Tetiana Klimchenko and Alina Tsos. And in the back straight for Max Success Pro Cycling, Lin Zhuzhong and Tianxi Zhong.
Looking forward to the next one already.
So off we go for the first of the qualification heats in the women's team sprint. Again, the fastest 4 teams will progress to the finals and the medal rides this evening. 7 heats in total to be contested here. Ukraine versus Max Success Pro Cycling. And it's the Max Success team who've made very much the fastest start here as they complete their opening lap. And the team of the Ukraine in the home straight got work to do here if they're going to try and overhaul this team. It was 21.884 for Ukraine, 19.238 for Max Success, and they will be first to reach the finish line in the back straight. Now to record the fastest time in the first qualification time, 33.507 for Max Success Pro Cycling, and the Ukraine post 36.694. So the next heat number 2, Mexico, will start in the home straight, and the gate is Franny Fong and her teammate Daniela Agagciola, and in the back straight from Petro Holding Leningrad, Elena Brezhneva and Ekaterina Judenko. Well, false start here, indicated. As with the team pursuit earlier, if the rider who is not in the gate crosses the line ahead of the rider who is, it will be deemed to be a false start. So the teams will be brought back to the line, and the heat will be restarted.
So let's have a look at some of the tweets you've been sending in. Hashtag TWC is what you need to put on it to get it the big screen. Great atmosphere at Track World Cup. Kids are loving it. Thanks, kids. What else have we got coming in? Thank you for that. Well, Katie Hollybob says, hashtag TWC, all the cyclists are doing well. Go Team GB, me and everyone else. From the Scouts and Explorers here are behind you. Smiley face. Thank you for all your tweets that are coming in from Katie and the one before as well. Can we please, just before we set these guys up, have a big round of applause for all the tweets, please. Up on your feet, round of applause.
So the riders return to the start line for the second opportunity, and in the home straight of course it's Mexico, and in the back straight from Russia it's Petro Holding Leningrad. Well, both teams cleanly away at the second time of asking. Mexico versus Petro Holding Leningrad, trade team from Russia. And it's the Russians who have made the fastest start of these two. The time to beat at the moment, 35.507, standing to Max Success Pro Cycling, who of course clocked that time in the opening heat. So the changeover procedure exactly the same as in the men's team sprint earlier. They have to go accomplish it within that 15-metre boundary from the pursuit line to the changeover point. And the teams have accomplished that, but in the back straight it is a finishing time of 33.845 for Petro Holding Leningrad, good enough for second place at this stage of the competition, and Mexico posting the third fastest time, 35.849. So the next heat lining up, Venezuela in the home straight, Prada Rodriguez even, and her fellow competitor is Gledimar Tapia, and in the back straight for the Netherlands, Shani Braspenik and Ellis Ligley. Well, very clearly a false start in the home straight for the team of Venezuela. Looked like a mechanical problem leaving the gate for the rider on the inside. So the teams line up again. The second attempt to record a time. It was the Venezuelans, of course, who had the misfortune in the first lineup. So it's Venezuela home straight, Netherlands in the back straight. So underway for the second time. Venezuela versus Netherlands, time to beat 33.507, held by Max Success Pro Cycling, set in the opening heat, and Petra holding Leningrad lying second, 33.845. Those are the top two ranked teams, the only teams to beat the 34-second barrier at the moment. At the completion of the opening lap, it is the Netherlands who are faster. Let's see if they can bring this one home and rejig the top of that classification table. It's still advantage Netherlands as we go into the final quarter lap. And the Dutch squad will get to the line first and will stop the clock in a time of 34.018. Good enough for third fastest place only for the Netherlands team, and Venezuela 36.002. So the top two unchanged following that heat. It's still Max Success Pro Cycling ahead of Petra holding Leningrad. So the next heat lining up, ready to go. It's Spain in the home straight, Tanya Calvo and Helena Casas. And in the back straight from Japan, Cyclo Channel Tokyo, Hiroko Ishii and Kayona Maeda. So Spain versus Cyclo Channel Tokyo for this next heat. Still the time to beat, held by Max Success Pro Cycling, 33.507. And coming round to complete the opening lap. This is quite close, but who'll get there first? Spain just ahead of their opponents from Tokyo, but can the Japanese team make up that deficit in the final lap? Looking for the fastest 4 times, of course, for the medal rides this evening. Here they come. It's Spain versus Cyclo Channel Tokyo, and at the finishing line now, Spain take it. And it's 4th fastest only for Spain, 34.249, and the time for Cyclo Channel Tokyo, 5th fastest in 35.627.
So thank you for all your questions to the commentary team. Keep them coming in, hashtag TWC. This is from Jen Seeley. Is it still only tubular tyres? And are they still silks like in my dad's day? That's one for Hugh.
That's quite an interesting question, isn't it? Most of them, of course, are tubulars, but the pockets of the tubulars can be cotton. Silks, of course, were a tyre that you used to use in my day, or a cotton pocket as well, so you might find that they do that quite a lot these days. They're exceptionally expensive, very expensive indeed, and some of them only do so many rides, of course, before the treads are destroyed and they have to be replaced.
So we move on to our next heat, and starting in the home straight representing France are Sandy Claire and Virginie Kweff, and in the back straight from Russia, Olga Stretslova and Anastasia Voinova.
So France getting underway here then in the home straight versus Russia in the back straight. France are 5th in the World Championships earlier this year in Minsk, and Russia finishing 6th. Pretty even start, but it is a determined start by the Russians. Streltsova looking very good, and it is the Russians that are ahead at this stage. 18.842 for the opening lap, and that's the quickest so far. So if they can maintain this kind of tempo, they're going to become the new leaders, as they're well ahead of Max Success. Here they come. Russia take the heat, and that time by Russia, 33.486, places them at the top of the leaderboard with just 2 more heats to go. Their opponents, France, coming home in 33.854, and that places France in 4th position.
So next to come to the track will be heat number 6, and starting in the home straight representing Great Britain are Rebecca James and Victoria Williamson. And in the back straight from Australia, Carly McCulloch and Stephanie Morton.
Penultimate heat underway. Great Britain then, who were third in the World Championships in Minsk versus Australia. Australia making one change from their all-conquering squad. Norton comes in to replace Anna Mears. Now then, it's a good start here then for Great Britain then by Victoria Williamson, and Great Britain are leading Australia. And the time by Great Britain, 19.378, fourth quickest time at the moment. So work to do here then for Becky James, the world champion for the keirin and the sprint. Let's have a look at the time by James. Comes up to the line, 33.483. Great Britain are the quickest with one heat to go, and the time for Australia placing them down in 7th position on 34.167. So Great Britain are guaranteed a ride off for a medal. What colour it will be, we'll have to wait and see. One more heat to go, but that time 33.483, the quickest so far.
So the final heat, Germany, Christina Vogel and Miriam Welt, and in the back straight, China, Zhuaiji Li and Jingjing Shi.
I'll just do that DQ before. Yes, Martin, sorry, I'm going to do it immediately. This one's underway.
Do it.
Do it after the race.
Away they go then for the final heat. You're looking here at the world and Olympic champions Christina Vogel and Miriam Walter representing Germany versus China, Li and Shi, and it's a ragged start by China. The lead-off rider has blown her teammate right out of the wheel as they come up to the line. Germany slightly ahead here in a time of 19.008. Now that is not as quick as the time of Great Britain and Russia. So, who's it going to be for the final as they come up to the line? The world champions come up now and they finish off with a brilliant time. Great Britain are pushed down into second spot, and the winners of the final heat are Germany on 32.992 and the time for China 33.980. So the contest for the gold and silver medals later this evening will be between Germany and Great Britain.
Thank you, Hugh. And third and fourth place contested between Russia and Max Success Pro Cycling. However, I have to announce that the commissaires have relegated the team of Australia for an illegal change in their heat. So Australia relegated to bottom place.
I want to introduce you to a person who's had a very good day so far. This is Chris Newton, who's the endurance coach for the women's team at British Cycling. And you've been in the job, Chris, for a relatively short time, and you've already got 2 world records to your name in the last week and a bit. So it's an easy life, isn't it?
It's slightly easy, but those girls do give me some stick, so you wouldn't be independent of them.
A wonderful achievement today, especially on the back of the European Championships. How hard is it to keep making sure they keep going?
It's that part's the simple part. They're really committed, and every time we come down to training and to race, they just want to do the best and give 100%. So that part's the easy part. The hard part is actually just trying to get them to relax and just maybe back off sometimes. So, as long as that's all good, it makes my job a little bit simpler.
Must be really strange. You are competing on a track which is essentially your training track as well. How different does it feel today and over the next couple of days, bearing in mind you're here pretty much every day?
It's an easy one, that one, isn't it? It's the crowd. The crowd are absolutely amazing. And as soon as that roar goes up and the girls get on the line, you can see that they want to give a performance that the crowd are going to go crazy for. So, that's pretty simple.
And will it motivate them for later as well? Clearly they're going to come back in a final. They'll have a slightly different challenge, bearing in mind they'll also have another team on the track. But another world record, you can say to them, we'll probably win it.
Yeah, obviously with the same amount of effort and another team on the track, we are going to go slightly quicker. So we'll schedule for that, and let's see where this world record can go tonight.
And just a final point, quite a lot of the teams are in transition after the London Games ahead of the Rio Games, but you're actually very fortunate. You have a core group of women who are from London and will probably stay until Rio. Does that make it a little easier for you?
Yeah, I don't want anyone to be complacent as well. We've got a junior world record, a junior world championship team there as well, so there is pressure coming from below. So the girls are going to push each other all the way to Rio, but yeah, these girls can go all the way.
Well, many thanks to you, Chris. Best of luck for later. The work never stops, and the racing doesn't stop here either. We're just about to have number 1 of the 6 event on you.
I introduce them. You just the count. Yep. Yeah, I took out the earpiece in this side as well. Yeah, take that.
So we come to the first element of the men's Omnium competition now. 6 disciplines in total to find the best all-round athlete, and this is the flying lap. First rider on the track is Darren Matthews.
Yes, the opening rider of the 20 competitors from Barbados is Darren Matthews, 22 years of age. Matthews, in case you're watching the Omnium for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you there are 3 timed events. We have the flying lap, the kilometre and the 4,000 metre pursuit. We have a scratch race, a points race and an elimination. Should riders tie at the end of the Omnium, then it is your recorded times in the timed events added together, and the quickest of those times would put you ahead of the man that's tied with you on points. We'll worry about that if it should occur. This is Matthews, first rider to go for the opening discipline, the flying lap. This will be the benchmark. There's the time, 14.615, that's the standard.
So next on track from Japan, Kazushiki Kaboki.
This is Kaboki from Japan, 24 years of age. In the Asian Championships, he took the bronze medal, Kaboki. A bit like the athletic decathlon this, it finds out the true all-rounders. The preliminary laps, as you can see, are always used to get the leg speed high before they dive into the well of the track at maximum speed, as Kaboki does. And now he's off to try and set the time here to beat the time of Matthews. He does, 14.104. That places him quickest at the moment.
So third to go, representing the Ukraine, this is Vladislav Kreminsky.
Kreminsky, only 18 years of age, this fella from Ukraine. Got himself a bronze medal in 2012 in the World Junior Championships. Vladislav Kreminsky now trying to rewrite the board. 14.104 the time to beat. Certainly need good powers of recovery for this event. Kreminsky goes inside 14, 13.813. That's the new fastest time.
So we welcome our next rider onto the track. And this is Jacob During of the United States of America.
Savitsky's DNS.
During of America, just circling the track, runner-up in his national championships. Now then, has he got the speed in his legs, During to topple Kreminsky from Ukraine? Looks impressive. 13.813 time to beat. Here he comes. It's the fastest. 13.788.
So the next competitor to go, representing Italy, will be Francesco Castagnaro, with the top three standing at During of the United States, Kreminsky of Ukraine, and Kaboki of Japan occupying the top three slots so far.
And just to update you on the points situation in an Omnium, if you win a discipline, you get 1 point. And of course, if you finish last of the 20, you get 20. It's the rider with the least amount of points after the 6 disciplines that is crowned the winner of the Omnium. So the ideal scenario would be to try and finish off with 6. That would be 6 straight wins. You rarely would ever get that, but that is what you're aiming to try and achieve. So the winner of this flying lap time trial will get 1 point. Looking here at Castagnaro of Italy. Oh, he's got a problem. He's pulled his foot away from the pedal and he's turning just one leg here. Now whether or not he'll be placed 20th as he's completed the lap or given a restart. I suspect he'll be given 20th spot.
So while that issue is resolved, the next rider on the track representing the Trinidad is Varun Maharaj.
Sun-drenched Trinidad providing us with the next competitor then, Maharaj. Famous venue, of course, for the Texaco Games. Raced for very firstly, always down in March. So here he is, Maharaj. Looks impressive. 14.035 then for Maharaj, so still the quickest time is 13.788 by During of USA.
Next to go will be Thomas Boudat of France, competitor number 14.
Just 19 years of age then, Boudat from France. Had 1 or 2 good Omnium riders. Cockard springs to mind, who's now carving out a very impressive road career. This time for the Frenchman. Well, he's losing his line there, isn't he? That's going to cost him a lot of time. He's swept right outside the sprinter's line. And he closes out with, well, we'll just actually check that time out because the clock is actually still running for Buda. So we'll tidy that one up in a moment.
Meanwhile, next rider on the track from China, Shuang Shen.
Shan next from China. No medals won in the World Championships by China for the Omnium. Made its debut in the World Championships back in 2007 in Mallorca. As we look here at Shan. Just a reminder of the time still to beat, shown on the board there, 13.788, set by the American During, as Shan arrives at the line. 13.475, the new quickest time by Shuang Shan of China.
So as our next competitor comes onto the track from Belarus, will be Raman Shishku. Let me confirm for you, the rider who had the problem pulling his foot from the pedal will be allowed a restart. He will go off last in this competition. That was Francesco Castagnaro of Italy. Will go last to try and record a time.
And we're still waiting for news on the time of Bouda from France. As we now move to the next competitor here from Belarus, this is Shishku. Shishku of Belarus, just 18 years of age, 8th in the World Junior Omnium Championships last year. Here he comes, driving for the line. Let's have a look at his time. 13.589 for Shishku of Belarus, second for him.
So the competition heating up, and the 11th heat is Olivier Beer of Switzerland.
And one or two pretty handy six-day riders over the years, the Swiss. But no medals in the World Championships by a rider from Switzerland. This is Beer. 23 years of age. This time, he's getting that big gear levering. Well, he's 700 shy of the leader's time at the halfway point. Can he do it over the second half? 13.531, not quite, but he goes second to the Chinese rider Shan.
In the meanwhile, we'll just confirm that time we were missing earlier for Boudat of France. 13.898 classifies him in 6th place at this stage of the competition, so Shan has the lead from Beer and Shishku. Next rider on the track representing Denmark is Kasper van Fulsach.
The Olympic champion for the Omnium, of course, is Lasse Hansen from London. He was second in the World Championships last year, but he's sitting this one out. It's his teammate that's going here, von Fulsach. Kasper Michael von Fulsach, representing Denmark, now on the track. Really working those shoulders. 4th place then for the Danish rider von Fulsach, 13.644.
So our next rider representing the Czech Republic is Ondrej Rybin.
Rybin just hugging the balustrade up there, taking it easy in the first of the warm-up laps. Czech Republic actually provided the first world champion ever in this Omnium competition back in Mallorca 2007 when Alois Kankowski was the gold medal winner. So Rybin trying to emulate the feats of his fellow countryman Kankowski. Still that leading time is 13.475 by Shan of China. Oh, very close indeed. 13.495 for Rybin. Just 2/100 shy of the leader's time, so we can expect a possible new pace setter at the end of this discipline.
So next on the track, we're in race number 1, Luke Davison of Australia.
Luke Davison now on the track. Gold medal winner in the Oceania Championships for the Omnium. 23 years of age, Davison. They've had success in this event. Glenn O'Shea was the world champion in 2012, and he got a bronze last year, so let's see whether or not this man can emulate the feats of O'Shea. They also had the world title clinched in Pruskow in Poland in 2009 when it was Lee Howard that took the gold medal, but now it's Davison trying to topple the time of Shan of China. 13.475, the mark to beat. I must admit, he looks good, this Aussie. Keep an eye on the clock. This may be a new leader here. 13.105. Yes, Davison of Australia goes to the top of the leaderboard.
So the 14th rider to go will be Atom Zakharov of Kazakhstan, and with that new leading time of Davison of Australia, that displaces Shan now into second place from China. Rubin of the Czech Republic lies third, and Beer of Switzerland in fourth place.
Zakharov just circling the boards now. Asian champion this year for the Omnium. Five more to go after this rider from Kazakhstan, Zakharov, who's just seen the quickest time posted by Davison of Australia. 13.105 the mark to beat. He lost his line a little there, went outside the sprinter's channel. You've got to hold that line as quick as possible on the inside. He's 0.288 shy of the fastest rider. He goes 7th with 13.663.
So 5 riders plus that rerun, of course, for Castagnaro of Italy to bring this first round of the men's Omnium to a conclusion. Next rider on the track representing Spain, Unai Elorriaga.
.33 years of age. Elorriaga, one of the older men in the competition. No medals of any colour won by Spain in the World Omnium competitions. A little bit of a guide for you. But Elorriaga is a very good points race rider normally, so we expect him to excel when he gets to that discipline. He always figures strongly in the Omnium. He's always in the mix. And you can see he has a fighting style here as he tries to get that bike over the line quickest. 13.400, second spot for Elorriaga. Good start for him.
So next to go is the world champion in this discipline from New Zealand. He won the flying lap, the individual pursuit and the time trial on the way to that gold medal in Belarus. It's Aaron Gate.
So Gate, also a very polished team pursuit rider, got himself a bronze medal in the London Olympics as a member of the 4,000 metre team pursuit from New Zealand. And Gate is the second Kiwi actually to have won the World Omnium Championship. Hayden Godfrey was the world title holder in 2008 in Manchester. Shane Archbold, who rode in the team pursuit, was a silver medal winner as well in 2011. Archbold riding the Tour of Britain this year. So away we go then. This is Aaron Gate, wearing the famous world champion stripes, enough to lift you to any record time. Impressive start here then by Gate, as Carl said, winner of this time trial when he won the world title in Minsk. 13.472, it's third place for him at the moment in the one-lap time trial.
So we move on now to the representative in this Omnium competition from Great Britain. He won the scratch race in the World Championships and took 8th place overall. Please welcome Jonathan Dibben.
Good all-rounder. Jonathan Dibben, 5th in the World Junior Road Race Championships in Falkenberg last year, and he took a silver that same year in the World Junior Championships down in Invercargill. And just for the record, as a junior, he got 3rd in the junior version of the Paris-Roubaix. So Dibben, one of our new young stars, now trying to rewrite the standings. Still the Australian Davison that leads on 13.105. Here goes Dibben. Polished performance here by Dibben. Is it going to be good enough? 13.462. Third spot for Jonathan Dibben.
So 2 riders plus that rerun still to go. So Davison still has the lead, 13.105. Valeriaga of Spain second, 13.400. And Dibben now takes that third spot in 13.462. The penultimate rider of those to take the first start is Jasper de Boost of Belgium.
The 19-year-old Belgium now on the track, Jasper de Boost. Just Tim Veld to come after this. Now then, can de Boost depose Davidson of the lead? Business-like style there as he rolls his shoulders and pulls on the bars to get that bike going forward as fast as possible. Right on the peak of the saddle, just 0.16 shy of the leader's time. What can he do over the second half? Stops the clock on 13.282. Good ride for de Boost of Belgium. He goes second.
So next to go. And the final rider to go, apart from that rerun for the Italian, this rider from the Netherlands, we've seen him already this morning, he's now taking the start in the Omnium. Please welcome Tim Veld.
Famous orange colours of the Dutch then, now circling the track. The 29-year-old Dutchman, Tim Veld. Just come from Apeldoorn in the Netherlands, where he took the silver medal in the European Championships. And Tim Veld is a multinational champion, a regular visitor to the boards here in Manchester when he rides in the Revolution meetings. So Veld, final man to go, time to beat, 13.105 set by Davison of Australia. Can Veld do it for the Netherlands? Veld then hits the 200 metre time in strip there on his way down the back straight. There, have a look at the midway split, here it is. Veld. He's 0.013, only shy. What's he going to end up with? Veld, 13.130, second spot in the one-lap time trial. So the winner of the opening discipline of the men's Omnium is Luke Davison of Australia with 13.105, with one more competitor to go. The re-ride for the Italian.
So the re-ride for Francesco Castagnaro of Italy, who pulled his foot out in his first attempt to record a time. And while he begins to wind up on his warm-up lap, this is an urgent call for all riders in the women's scratch race qualifiers. You must present your bike for weighing and machine check prior to the start of competition. So please, all female competitors in the scratch race, make sure you take your bike for checking immediately. Thank you.
Francesco is on the track now, just warming up. Remember, he pulled his foot away from the pedal last time. This is Castagnaro, who went 6th, and he's now given a restart. So Castagnaro of Italy, the time to beat, 13.105 for Davison. He knows exactly what he's got to beat. The fact that he gets a second ride can help him, or can it? 13.937, 16th for Castagnaro. So let me once again reiterate the winner of the one-lap time trial, Luke Davison of Australia. He gets the 1 point.
So that's the conclusion of the men's Omnium. There's a confirmation of the result for you on our big screen. Meanwhile, if we just draw your attention momentarily to our video screen at the far end of the velodrome, we wish to provide all spectators a clean and friendly venue, and we'd please ask you to assist us by placing all rubbish and waste items in the bins provided. Thank you for your cooperation.
So we have one more event and two heats within it of this first session of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester, and as you will notice they are already on the track and getting themselves in position for the first of two qualifying heats in the women's scratch race. This will be over 7.5 kilometres and it will take place shortly. Later on the final is over a little bit longer, but the two heats over a shorter distance. So as they get themselves ready, let's have a look to see if we've got a couple of questions for our commentary team. Hashtag TWC on Twitter is what you need to do to get your question to us. Thank you to Ms. Deno. Hashtag TWC, why do the cyclists ride anti-clockwise? Why do the cyclists ride anti-clockwise? Let's throw it up to the commentary box and ask Carl to answer that one.
Well, that's so they don't bump into the riders who are riding clockwise around the track, possibly, but actually it's just tradition. It's the way tracks are built, and even though it might look symmetrical to you, in fact the track is shaped so it throws the riders into the straights, and so if you try and ride the other way around, it wouldn't be quite so successful.
So we have another question, and that is sent to @TrackWorldCup. What in degrees is the steepest part of the velodrome track? Hashtag TWC. Well, send that up to the mathematician amongst us, which is, I think, Hugh Porter.
You little tiddler. It's 42 degrees, and the straights, I think, are 12 or 13. Carl's nodding slightly in the affirmative.
Yeah, slightly. It's 42.5 degrees,
42?
actually, so slightly shallower than Glasgow, which is 45 degrees.
My goodness me. Of course, there is a tolerance of plus or minus.
So we move now to the first of two qualification heats for the women's scratch race. There are 13 riders per heat, and from each heat 10 will qualify for the final later today. The heats are contested over 7.5 kilometres, that's 30 laps of the track.
So where we go with heat one, as Carl said, 10 riders will qualify through. So this heat is all about eliminating 3 riders only. The 10 survivors from each heat will line up for the final a little later this evening. I think it'll be a little bit tactical this, but once the gun fires, they are underway. Very small field. It'll be interesting to see just how this one unfolds. The lineup is shown there for you on the board. Roman Yuta was third in the World Championships, the representative of Russia. So she was the highest placed in this discipline in Minsk earlier this year. And it's the Australian at the moment sitting at the front.
So we've got
27 more laps to go. And at the moment, nobody making a move. Still taking it easy here at the moment. Nobody prepared to have a go. Georgia Baker of Australia was on the front earlier. And now it's Cesar of Venezuela just dangling off the front there. Ooh, rider coming down the inside there on the blue. Line almost taken away from her. And remember, it's a culling exercise this, just to get rid of 3 riders. So that's why they're all cautiously watching each other. Ariola from Mexico comes to the front. Just a gentle roll round this, isn't it? It's a routine warming up exercise ready for the final. It's Australia at the sharp end of the contest again here. That's Baker. Of course, the real sprinters in the field will be loving every moment of this, not getting their legs stretched at all. Let me just draw your attention to the representative here in the event for Great Britain. It's Kate Archibald. And Kate Archibald electing, of course, not to ride for Great Britain here. She's riding for her Scottish team, SCB, and she's got the red helmet on. And Archibald was a member of the British team that set the new world record in the European Championships in Appledorn. She'll be representing her country in Scotland. I do believe she's already pre-selected, actually, for the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. So she's number 76. You can see her with that bright red helmet. Sprung to prominence 12 months ago in the Junior National Championships here when she won the individual pursuit, and she also won one of the other individual titles as well, and people noticed her straight away. Now we've got a little attack here then by Usa Biaga. First attack of the race, 20 laps to go, 5 kilometres remaining. Being chased down now, the long thin line is forming in the well of the track, which also always indicates that the pressure is being applied and the attacking rider is being hauled back in, and there's going to be a reassembling. That's exactly what we've got. 18 laps to go. Mexico tapping it out on the front. Ariola of Mexico. And once again, the pace eases off significantly. .4,000 metres remaining. This is the distance exactly that the team pursuits are run over, men and women, and that's the remaining distance. No urgency at all in this. They're all watching each other like hawks, and they're all very, very conscious of the fact that 3 of them are not going to be required for the final tonight. A brace of riders just dangling off the front, and they're starting to think about making an effort. Once again, it's Usabia, Spaniard, trying to go clear. Archibald reacts in the pale blue and the red helmet. The rider from Scotland coming a long way round, and now beginning to assert her strength and speed here on the front of the line. I think at the finish we'll concentrate on the 3 that cross the line last, actually, because they'll be the 3 not required. So it's a little bit like an elimination race this for 3. $13 to go. Little attack again, and once again a reaction off the front of the, fragmenting peloton now. And it's Mexico providing the tapping out of the rhythm at the front here. Ariola of Mexico in the green and white. 5 riders now, a quintet then have now gone clear, so the field is virtually split in half. Hong Kong, Xiao Dio was on the front but decided not to continue. That's the way to do it. At the moment it's Chulkova, the Russian, that's going clear, riding for Rus Velo, world points race champion last year, Chulkova. And we got 9 to go in this first heat. Now Archibald is in a bad position there. She's sitting near the back, Archibald, and she must be aware of the fact that it is the last 3 that go out. Italian Basso, riding in the black strip of a trade team, CTF, is also near the back. As once again, the front of the race takes a shake, and we've now got 2 riders going clear. This is Ariola again, involved in the activity at the front. That's a good move by these 2, smart piece of tactical riding. They're placing themselves very much in the comfort zone here, which the peloton are far from. Somnet is the other rider away here. And it looks like these 2 could lap the field the way they're going.
Ryan of Ireland here. Ryan.
My correction there, it's Ryan of Ireland, number 60. The number was rocked up, I thought it was 66. Well done, they've gained the lap, so they've qualified automatically. Well done. Now we've got to concentrate on the back. And we've got 3 laps to go here in Heat 1. Remember, once again, it's the final lap and the last 3 over the line that will be eliminated. Ryan and Ariola of Mexico, the 2 that have gained the lap, they are through automatically. Katie Archibald has started to move up now in that pale blue and the red helmet. It's going to be a right old gallop, this one. The 2 at the back, nothing to worry about. They're a lap ahead. It's all about who is going to finish in the final 3 positions of the group ahead. And the final sprint now being led out in some style here by Cristina Greve of Argentina. Here comes the charge. Look for those final 3 positions. Chulkova, then the points world champion of last year's, in the hot seat as well as they come up to the line. Whoa. Well, that was a blanket finish. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. But the last 3 riders over the line there are eliminated. But I can tell you the winner, or the 2 that gained the lap, was Ariola of Mexico. Ryan of Ireland will confirm the 3 that didn't make it in due course.
So we now have confirmation of the result of that first qualification heat for the women's scratch race. You'll see the results on our scoreboard between corners 3 and 4. But confirmation, it was Ariola and Ryan who qualified by right by gaining that lap. And the 2 riders who fail to qualify, Cesar of Venezuela and Chulkova of Russia. Zhao of Hong Kong being a non-starter at the top of that race.
And that race has actually lost quite a big rider there, Carl, because Chulkova was the world points race champion last year, so Chulkova will not be happy with that result.
So 1 more qualification heat to go, and it's the same format as before. 13 riders will line up for the start. and from that 3 will fail to qualify for tonight's final. It'll be a 20-up final to deliver as the winner of the women's scratch race later in today's programme.
Depends how long an intro you want, because it takes a little while to arrange themselves. So, yeah. Unless we were going to run through the name of every rider, you want to do it towards the end of this, otherwise you've got a long gap of nothing happening. Yeah. Okay.
So we move on now to the second qualification heat of the women's scratch race. As I just mentioned, we've got another 13 riders here vying for a position in tonight's final, 10 of whom will qualify for that final. Some British interest in this heat as well, as Hugh will explain as the race develops. Almost ready to roll for the final competitive action of this first session of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester.
And the British interest that Carl was referring to is Danny King, number 186, who's riding in this. She's right on the front at the moment here in the warm-up lap. And Danny King, current Olympic and world champion for the team pursuit. And she's just ridden in that squad that set a new world record in the qualification heats earlier today. So this is, as Carl said, the final competition of the afternoon. And it's the same rules again. First 10 will go into the final. So we're out to eliminate 3 more riders again. Lineup is on the board for you, and run through it. Roman Yuta of Russia, Pavlendova, Slovakia, Droits of Belgium, Oliveira, Spain, Hill representing Wales, Mati from Republic of South Africa, Danny King of Great Britain, Wojtyra from Poland, Makchakova of Czech Republic, current world points champion, Pole of Germany, Bronzini of Italy, who's been a world road champion on 2 occasions, Klinchenko of Ukraine, and Newell of USA. That's the composition of the lineup with 28 more laps to go. And not too dissimilar to the first heat. Nobody very keen to take it on. Just pedestrian pace being tapped out. Rider from Poland at the front, Wojtyra. Poland have actually had the world champion for the scratch race. It first took place in Stuttgart in 2003. It was Olga Slysareva that won the gold medal in Russia on that occasion, but Poland clinched the gold medal down in Australia, Melbourne actually, in 2012. Katarina Pawlowski, she got the gold on that occasion. So Wojtyła here trying to emulate the performances of her fellow countrywoman in the World Cup. Germany then launching an attack there off the front. That was Pole of Germany that decided to try and lift the tempo. 22 more laps to go. Bronzini near to the front there. Danny King just high on the bank in there at the front, but nobody at the moment really prepared to take it on. 20 more laps to go. Heat 2 of the women's scratch race, the final competition of the afternoon. Well, Danny King over all the moves here like a rash. He's going with Wojtyła, and they're chasing down the lone leader. Wojtyła on the front, Danny King sitting in third spot. And just coming through in third position, Amy Hill from Wales. Now then, a little bit of a reaction here from the rider from the Czech Republic. That's Mačeková. Yeah, Mačeková, that small crouching figure there, second place at the moment, just coming up to the wheel of Wojtyła. And as I said a little earlier, Mačeková, the current world points race champion. And she moves to the front now. We now have these two riders who are starting to share the workload. It's Wojtyła of Poland and Mačeková of the Czech Republic. 16 to go. On the front of the peloton is Pavlendova of Slovakia, who now moves up. And that advantage starting to evaporate as the tempo is lifted here at the front of the string. So 14 to go, they're all back together. Danny King is vigilant there, higher up on the track, watching all the moves. Wondering about the finishing power of the Italian Bronzini. Carrying race number 63, Bronzini, World Road Champion in Copenhagen 2011 and Geelong in Australia in 2010. Rides on the team of Weigel Honda, the same team as Trott and King, so they're teammates when they're wearing their trade jerseys. But now there is an injection of pace at the front here, and it's once again Pole of Germany that decides she wants to lick the pace up, but it comes to nothing as King swings high as well. And the rider from Spain, it's Oliveira. is on the front now. Oliveira, bronze medal winner in the points race in the Beijing Olympics. She's sitting right at the front, 37 years of age now. Oliveira, one of the oldest competitors here in the World Cup. And we've got 9 laps remaining. Well, nobody has achieved the lap as in the previous heat, so all 13 are going to be involved in the sprint, and remember, it is the last 3 again that will be eliminated. Two kilometres to go. Newell of USA near the front, as we've got a little attack here now. Attack from Ukraine. This is Klimchenko. Tatiana Klimchenko tries to go clear. Rider on the front from Belgium. Deutz doesn't like it, but nobody's going to help her. Machikova of the Czech Republic comes through now, lower in the track, followed by Oliveira of Spain. And Klimchenko of Ukraine can't make up her mind whether to apply the pressure or not. She's got about a 30-metre advantage. 6 to go. Klimchenko capitulates and swings high, and once again we're all back together. 5 more laps remaining. Wojtyra is at the back of the peloton, Machkova at the front. They're providing the bookends of the peloton, and they're on their way round to the line again. And they're running out of distance here. Anybody that wants to go clear to secure a place in the final. We've got 1 kilometre remaining. Machkova is on the front. Wojtyra on the back. Czech Republic at the front, Poland at the back. A little bit of urgency beginning to creep into the race now, as the tempo just raises fractionally. Klimchenko trying to come down the outside. Danny King looks across to the right to see who is offering the challenge. We're coming up to the line with 2 to go. Remember, we have to lose 3. The first 10 will qualify by right. Wojtyra of Poland is in the hot seat, but moving up as I speak. Rider from the Republic of South Africa down on the inside. Mate is not in a good position either. 1 to go. Here they go. Amy Hill of Wales is right at the back, not the place to be, as the riders are now beginning to just lift the tempo here, up to the line. Winner of the heat is Wojtyra of Poland, and I can tell you 275 Mate of the Republic of South Africa is definitely eliminated. We're going to bolt the other 2 to Mate of South Africa when that is confirmed. Cole.
Yeah, here we'll just confirm the result of that second qualification scratch race for tonight's final as soon as we have it for you. Of course, 3 riders, as you have said, will not make the cut for tonight's 20-up final. So another well-contested heat, but those riders who were at the back as they headed for the finish line will be casting an anxious glance towards the scoreboard once our result is confirmed.
Well, I reckon it's the rider from Ukraine, Klimchenko. That's another one that's going to go out, Cole. So the rider from South Africa plus Klimchenko. And if we could have just seen that side-on shot again, we would have possibly been able to confirm the third to be eliminated, but we'll just wait for the computer to confirm it for us. Well, there's the winner of the heat, Wojtyra, who was sitting at the back just before the arrival on the line, so it was a storming final lap that gave Wojtyra a safe passage into the final.
As soon as they appear, I will speak.
So confirmation of the final result of the second qualification heat for the women's scratch race, where Styra of Poland taking the win, Newell of the United States of America second, and Roman Yuta of Russia finished third. But at the other end of the classification, those riders who don't make tonight's final, Maciekova of the Czech Republic, Pole of Germany, and Matti of South Africa. So that is conclusion of this afternoon's competition. An important announcement now for all competitors. The track will be closed due to a technical issue for the immediate future, so training and warm-up will not be permitted on the track until notice is given and the technical issue has been resolved. So riders, please pay attention to that. And as we bring to an end the first period of competition in this first day of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, over to Hugh Ferris in Track Centre for a final word.
Well, thank you to Carl, and thank you to Hugh Porter as well as you make your way to the exit doors. I want to thank you for being here for this first session of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup in Manchester. You have seen a world record. It's always nice to go home knowing that you've seen something, a moment of history. It's happened right here. The Great British Cycling Women's Team, in their team pursuit qualification, they broke the record, the same record that they broke last week. So could they break it again later, when that and each of the qualifying heats that you've seen in all the events will come to their conclusion later on. If you're lucky enough to have tickets for later, we will see you shortly. We get underway racing at 7 o'clock. Incidentally, that is live if you're not able to be here on the BBC red button, so you can catch all the finals for the qualifying heats that you've seen, the men's and women's team pursuit, the men's and women's team sprint, and that scratch race as well for the women. So all to come. I'd want to just thank the volunteers and the officials for making everything run so smoothly here. If you're on your way out now, please do go via the British Cycling Shop. Check out what you can do for your £28 joining fee. There is so much on offer. If you have been inspired today, get yourselves on your bike. Normally, that's something rude, but this time, it's actually something quite good. We'll see you later.